I had always been someone who enjoyed the peace and quiet of nature. That's why, when I was invited to spend a weekend in a remote cabin deep in the woods, I didn't hesitate. I had been looking forward to a break from the noise of the city, the constant buzz of notifications, and the overwhelming pressure of work. It was supposed to be a simple getaway, just me and the quiet solitude of nature. What could possibly go wrong? The cabin itself wasn't anything special. Old, a little worn down, and tucked far away from the nearest town. It had been in my friend's family for years, a place his grandparents had built long before any real development had reached these woods. A cozy retreat, they'd called it. I imagined it would be just the place to clear my head. The drive to the cabin was long and winding, the kind of road that cuts through thick forests and steep hills. As I passed the occasional other vehicle, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was going farther and farther away from civilization. No stores, no neighbors, no cell service. The air felt heavier as I went deeper into the woods. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, I was relieved. I stepped out of the car, inhaling the fresh, pine-scented air, and looked around. The cabin was nestled at the edge of a clearing, surrounded by tall trees that towered like silent sentinels. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting an orange glow across the sky. It was picturesque, almost to the point of being surreal. But something about the place felt off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The quiet was absolute, and for a moment, I felt like the woods were holding their breath, waiting for something. But I shook it off. It was probably just the isolation playing tricks on my mind. The inside of the cabin was exactly what I expected. Basic, with wooden beams, a stone fireplace, a small kitchen, and a couple of bedrooms. It wasn't fancy by any means, but it had everything I needed. There was an old rocking chair near the window, its movement slow and rhythmic as if it had been used by someone in the past, though I couldn't see how. The first night, I spent sitting by the fire, reading a book I'd brought along. The crackling of the flames was the only sound, save for the occasional rustle of leaves outside. As night fully settled in, the woods became completely still. Too still, almost. The wind had died down, and not a single animal could be heard. Just silence. I began to feel a little uneasy. It wasn't the kind of peaceful quiet I had imagined. It felt unnatural, but I brushed it off. I was just being paranoid. I fell asleep that night without much trouble, the warmth of the fire making the cabin feel snug and secure. The silence continued throughout the night, a thick, oppressive quiet that felt like it was waiting for something to break it. But it was the next morning when things started to get strange. The next day, I woke up to a sound I couldn't immediately place. It wasn't loud, but it was persistent. A soft thudding noise, almost like something tapping against the walls. I dismissed it as the wind or maybe a tree branch knocking against the cabin, though I didn't recall any trees close enough to make that kind of noise. I pulled on my jacket and went outside, hoping to stretch my legs. The air was cool, crisp, and smelled of fresh earth. When I stepped outside, I noticed a few things immediately. The trees around the cabin were unnaturally still. There wasn't even the faintest rustle of leaves in the wind. It was like the whole forest was holding its breath. Then, I spotted something strange on the ground. Footprints. At first, I thought they were from an animal, but they didn't look quite right. They were too human, barefoot, and too large to belong to any animal I could think of. The prints seemed to circle around the cabin, as though someone, or something, had been walking around it during the night. I felt my stomach tighten. I had made sure to lock the cabin up tight before going to bed. There was no way someone could have gotten in without me noticing, right? Still, I checked the door and windows, double-checking the locks. Everything was exactly as I had left it. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, though I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I'd catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, but when I looked, there was nothing there. I went for a short hike, trying to take my mind off the strange occurrences, but the woods only seemed to deepen the sense of unease growing inside me. The trees were so dense, it was easy to feel like the world had shrunk to just this little pocket of forest. I tried to keep calm, but every snap of a twig underfoot made my heart skip a beat. The thudding noise from the night before was still lingering in my mind, too, as if it were a distant echo I couldn't quite escape. By the time evening rolled around, I was more than ready to retreat back to the cabin. The wind had picked up, making the trees sway and creak, but that eerie quiet still hung in the air. I locked up the cabin again and settled in front of the fire, determined to make it through the night without letting my nerves get the best of me. But as the hours passed, things started to get worse. That night, I heard the tapping again. At first, it was soft, like a distant knock on the wall, but soon it grew louder, more insistent. It sounded like someone was walking around the cabin again, their footsteps dragging along the wooden walls. I stood up, my heart pounding in my chest, and crept to the door. I grabbed the flashlight from the counter and swung open the door, stepping outside. Nothing, just the empty darkness of the forest surrounding me, the only sound the wind whipping through the trees. But the air was thick, heavier than it had been before, like something was waiting just beyond my reach. I returned inside, locking the door once more, but the noise persisted. The thudding continued, echoing through the walls, reverberating like a slow drumbeat. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality, as if the very cabin itself were alive and breathing. The noise was driving me crazy. I had to find the source. I grabbed the flashlight again and searched every corner of the cabin, from the small storage closet to under the beds. But there was nothing, nothing at all. The cabin was empty, yet the tapping didn't stop. It was louder now, unmistakable. It was coming from the roof. My blood ran cold. I hadn't heard anyone walking on the roof, but the noise was there. I could feel it vibrating through the beams. I stood frozen for a long moment, trying to steady my breathing. What could it be? An animal? Maybe a raccoon or a possum had climbed up there. That would make sense, right? I stepped outside again, shining my flashlight up at the roof, but I didn't see anything. The roof was old, worn, but solid. There were no animals perched up there, at least none that I could see. I don't know why, but I decided to check the woods again. Maybe something had caused the strange noise. Maybe a tree branch had fallen, or no, I didn't know. I just felt an overwhelming urge to go out there and look. The forest was even darker now, and the shadows seemed to stretch farther than they should have. I walked slowly, the crunch of the forest floor beneath my boots the only sound. The further I went from the cabin, the more unnerving the stillness became. No birds, no wind, no rustling leaves, just silence. And then, as if on cue, I heard it again. The noise, the tapping. But this time, it wasn't coming from the cabin. It was coming from deeper in the woods. My heart slammed in my chest. What the hell was that? I moved towards the sound, driven by a mix of fear and curiosity. The trees seemed to close in around me, the darkness thick and suffocating. The noise continued, but it was distorted now, like something was dragging along the ground, scraping against the earth. It was closer now, almost too close. I stopped in my tracks when I saw something in the distance. A figure. It was hard to make out, but it was tall and shadowy, standing motionless at the edge of the trees. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Was it a person? It didn't move, just stood there, watching. Without thinking, I turned and ran back toward the cabin, my feet pounding the forest floor as I heard the tapping again, louder now, right behind me. I burst through the door, slamming it shut and locking it. I spent the rest of the night sitting in front of the fire, too terrified to sleep, too terrified to even move. The noises continued, growing louder and more frantic, as if something was desperate to get inside. But I never opened the door again. When the sun finally rose, I felt like I had been awake for days. I grabbed my things and left the cabin without a second thought, driving as fast as I could down the winding road, not daring to look back. I never went back to that cabin. Couldn't. The woods had been hiding something I still can't explain. And every time I close my eyes, I hear the tapping, the dragging sound, like it's still out there, waiting. But I made it out, and that's the only thing that matters. It had started as a simple getaway, a much-needed break from the noise of city life. My friend had found this cabin, secluded, quiet, away from everything, and suggested we go. At first, the idea of being so far from civilization didn't bother me. It sounded peaceful. So, I packed my bags, filled the car with supplies, and we headed out. Just the two of us, a small weekend escape to recharge. The cabin was deep in the woods. I'm talking real deep. We had to drive for hours, past the nearest gas station, through winding dirt roads that seemed to stretch on forever, until we finally arrived. The place was beautiful, old, rustic, yet charming. The wood was dark, aged, and smelled of pine and earth, the kind of smell that makes you think you're really far from anything familiar. It sat alone in a clearing, surrounded by dense trees. No neighbors, no other houses, just us and the forest. It seemed perfect. It wasn't much, just a small, two-story cabin with a porch and a steep roof. The kind of place you might see in a postcard with a fireplace and simple furnishings. We unpacked, made ourselves at home, and settled in. The first night was peaceful. We stayed inside, made some food, and enjoyed the silence. We watched the fire crackle, the flames casting a warm glow that seemed to push back against the cold creeping in from outside. The only sounds were the occasional crack of the firewood and the distant rustling of the trees. The next morning, we decided to explore. The cabin was nestled near a lake, so we figured we'd hike down to the water. The air was crisp, fresh, and clean. No pollution, just the smell of nature. We walked through the trees, listening to the leaves crunch under our boots. Everything felt normal. It was easy to forget how far from the world we were. That afternoon, after a long walk, we headed back to the cabin. That was when things started to feel off. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. It was subtle, a feeling of unease that seemed to grow the longer we were there. As we reached the cabin, I noticed something strange. The door was slightly ajar. I'm not the kind of person to jump to conclusions. I thought maybe I had forgotten to lock it when we left. But as I stepped inside, something didn't sit right. The air felt heavier, thicker, almost like someone had been in there. I couldn't explain it, but I felt a tightness in my chest. My heart began to beat a little faster. I checked the place over, just in case someone had broken in. But everything seemed normal. Nothing was missing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. My friend didn't seem to notice, or at least didn't say anything. So we brushed it off and I went about making dinner. As the night drew in, I decided to stay up late, hoping to shake the strange feeling. That's when I heard it. The faint sound, almost like a tapping. At first, I thought it was the wind hitting the windows, but it wasn't the wind. This tapping was rhythmic, deliberate. I paused, listening. The sound came again, softer this time, but definitely there. It wasn't coming from the windows or the walls. It was coming from upstairs. I stood up slowly, my heart thumping now. My friend was in the other room watching TV, oblivious to the noise. The sound wasn't loud, but it was distinct. I felt a cold shiver creep down my spine as I moved toward the stairs. The floorboards creaked under my feet, and I froze, listening. The tapping had stopped. I felt stupid for being so nervous. There was nothing up there, I told myself. Just an empty room. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The unease settled back into my chest, heavier this time, and I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step making the wood groan. At the top, I checked the two rooms. Both were empty. No sign of anything out of the ordinary. But the atmosphere up there felt wrong. It was cold, even though the downstairs was warm, and the air felt thick, hard to breathe. I scanned the room, checking under the bed, behind the door, and even in the closet. Nothing. Just when I was about to head back downstairs, I heard it again. A light tapping, not from upstairs, but from inside the walls. I froze again, my blood running cold. The sound was coming from the wall in the corner of the room. It was faint, like something scratching at the wood. It stopped suddenly. I didn't know what to think. Was it animals? Mice, maybe? But it didn't sound like that. It sounded like something was deliberately tapping, trying to get my attention. I didn't stay long after that. I hurried downstairs, trying to convince myself it was nothing, that I was just imagining things. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That night, I locked every door and window, pulled the heavy curtains closed, and stayed on the couch. My friend had fallen asleep, completely unaware of my growing anxiety. The next morning, I woke up to find that the door was ajar again. This time, I knew for sure I hadn't left it open. I never did. I made sure to lock everything. I even checked the windows twice before I went to bed. I walked around the cabin, checking everything. There was no sign of anyone, no signs of a break-in, but the door was open just like before. I felt a rising panic, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe it was just the wind. Maybe it wasn't locked properly, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. That evening, the tapping came back. Louder this time, more urgent. I couldn't ignore it anymore. It was coming from the walls again, but now it felt like it was moving, almost like something was crawling through the walls, tracing along the beams, getting closer. I was terrified. I locked the door again, and this time I checked the windows every hour. The night passed slowly, but nothing else happened. The tapping stopped, and I convinced myself it was just a figment of my imagination. But by morning, the door was open once more. At that point, I was done. I didn't want to stay another night. There was something in the cabin, something I couldn't explain. I called my friend over and over, but he didn't pick up. So I packed up my things, grabbed my keys, and left. Just as I was about to drive away, I looked back at the cabin, and that's when I saw it. Someone standing in the window. They were just standing there, staring out at me. My heart stopped. I didn't hesitate. I drove off, not looking back. I didn't care about the cabin anymore. I didn't care if I left anything behind. When I finally reached the nearest town, I stopped at a gas station and made the call to my friend. He answered groggily. I asked him if he had come back to the cabin. He said no, he hadn't. He hadn't even left his house. That's when I understood. I wasn't imagining it. There was someone in that cabin. Someone who had been watching us. The strange thing is, when I went back to check the cabin the next morning, everything was exactly as I had left it. The door was locked. The windows were shut. The walls were silent. But the feeling, the unease never really left me. I don't know who was in that cabin or what they wanted, but I can't shake the image of that figure in the window, watching me as I drove away. I'll never go back to that place. I had always been a fan of the outdoors, the quiet solitude of a cabin tucked away deep in the woods. So when I found a secluded cabin online, tucked at the edge of a dense forest in the middle of nowhere, I jumped at the chance. It promised an escape from the chaos of city life, offering peace and time to disconnect. I figured it would be the perfect weekend getaway. The drive there was long, the road winding through small towns and then narrowing as I left civilization behind. I had a GPS, but the signal kept cutting out the farther I went. I found myself relying more on old-fashioned signs and landmarks, but it was clear that this cabin was in the middle of nowhere. The trees were thick and dense, the road barely wide enough for my car to pass through. The last stretch of the drive, a gravel path that seemed more like a trail, seemed to go on forever. My excitement began to wane a bit, but I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just part of the adventure. I finally arrived as the sun was dipping below the horizon. The cabin was small, made of weathered wood with a single story, sitting in a clearing surrounded by tall pines. It looked charming in a rustic way, with a small porch that had a rocking chair and a wooden swing. The porch light flickered on as I approached, casting long shadows over the yard. The key was under a rock by the door, as promised, and I let myself in. The inside was exactly what I had hoped for: simple, cozy, and quaint. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, with a couple of comfortable-looking chairs set in front of it. The kitchen was small but fully equipped with a wood stove, refrigerator, and an old-fashioned sink. There was a small dining table with mismatched chairs, and the windows, though dusty, gave a beautiful view of the forest. I had the place to myself, and it felt peaceful. I unpacked my things, made myself a simple dinner, and settled in for the night. The only sounds were the occasional creak of the house settling and the wind rustling the trees outside. I had planned to read, but my mind kept drifting. The stillness of the place was almost too quiet, and I found myself staring at the flickering flames in the fireplace. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to move, but I shook off the feeling. It was just the light playing tricks, or perhaps my own mind, already starting to conjure up the eerie vibes of being in a remote, isolated cabin. As the night wore on, I eventually went to bed. The bed was simple, with thick blankets and a heavy quilt. The room was cool, but not uncomfortably so. I turned off the lamp, lying there in the dark, listening to the wind outside and the occasional sound of something moving in the forest. I tried to push away the strange sense of unease that crept over me. It was just the isolation, I told myself. I wasn't used to being so far from civilization, and the silence was starting to feel oppressive. I woke up around 3 a.m., my body tense, my breath shallow. I had been dreaming, but I couldn't remember what about. The room was pitch black, and the air felt colder than it had before I fell asleep. I lay there for a moment, trying to steady my breathing, before I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible noise. It was a scratching sound, coming from somewhere outside the cabin. I tried to ignore it, thinking it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a stray dog. The sound persisted, though, getting louder and closer. My mind raced as I lay there, wide-eyed and unable to move. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, but the scratching turned into something heavier, more deliberate, like something or someone was pacing around the cabin. My heart started to race, and I felt a tightness in my chest. I didn't want to get up, didn't want to look out the window or open the door. I told myself it was probably a bear or some other animal, but the more I thought about it, the more the idea of something being out there made my skin crawl. The night felt too still, too quiet, except for that noise. I finally worked up the nerve to peek out the window. The cabin was surrounded by tall trees, and the moonlight barely pierced through the canopy above. I couldn't see anything, but I still felt like I wasn't alone. I pushed aside the curtain, and for a moment, I swore I saw something move between the trees. My stomach dropped. It was a figure, but it was too dark to make out any details. It wasn't an animal. It was walking upright, slowly, deliberately. I quickly backed away from the window, my breath caught in my throat. I felt like my mind was playing tricks on me, but there was something about the whole situation that felt off. The scratching had stopped, but now there was something else. A low, almost imperceptible thudding, like something was tapping gently on the walls of the cabin. I sat frozen in bed, staring into the darkness, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't know how long I stayed like that, paralyzed with fear, but eventually, the sound stopped. The thudding, the scratching, everything. The silence returned, and it felt more oppressive than before. I could still feel the cold sweat on my skin as I lay there, unsure of what to do. I wanted to believe it was all in my head, that I was just overreacting, but the unease gnawed at me. Something was wrong. By morning, I hadn't slept. The sun was starting to rise, casting a pale light through the small window. I got up, feeling like a zombie, my body exhausted but my mind still racing. I made coffee, but the taste was bitter and flat, nothing like I had hoped. The house felt different now, as though the air had thickened overnight. I decided I needed to leave, to go back to town and get some rest, but as I stepped outside, I froze. The door had been left ajar. I was sure I had locked it before going to bed. My mind raced through the possibilities. Had I forgotten to lock it? Or had someone or something opened it during the night? I quickly closed it and locked it again, but the thought of someone being near the cabin the night before made my skin crawl. I walked around the cabin, checking the windows. Everything looked untouched, but my nerves were on edge. It was then that I noticed something strange near the back of the cabin. Footprints, large, heavy prints in the mud. They didn't look like animal tracks, but they weren't exactly human either. They were too big and the shape was wrong. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Someone had been out there and they were close. I decided I couldn't stay there another night. The unease I had felt the night before had only grown, and now, with the strange marks outside, I knew something wasn't right. I packed up my things in a panic, rushing to get out of there as quickly as possible. As I was about to leave, I saw it on the back porch just inside the shadows of the trees. A figure standing perfectly still. It was tall, impossibly tall, with broad shoulders, its face hidden in the darkness. I couldn't make out its features, but I could feel its eyes on me. I didn't wait to see more. I jumped in my car, slammed the door shut, and floored the gas pedal. My heart raced as I drove down the gravel path, the tires kicking up dust as I sped away. I didn't care that the road was barely wide enough for my car, or that I was risking getting stuck. I just needed to get away. It wasn't until I was back on the main road that I started to calm down, my hands shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. I didn't know what had happened at that cabin, but I was never going back. As I passed through the small town on my way out, I stopped at a gas station to fill up. The clerk gave me a strange look when I paid, but I didn't care. I just wanted to leave. I never found out who or what had been near that cabin, or what had caused the strange events of that night. I tried to ignore it, to convince myself it was all in my head, but there were too many things that didn't add up. The footprints, the figure standing just outside, the feeling of being watched. It all haunted me for weeks after. I left the cabin behind, but it left a mark on me. A feeling of unease that I couldn't shake, no matter how far I drove. There was something in those woods, something that wasn't meant to be found, and I was lucky to get out when I did. I've always been the kind of person who enjoys solitude. It's not that I don't like people, but there's something about being alone in the quiet, surrounded by nature, that brings me peace. So, when I found the small cabin in the woods, I couldn't resist. It wasn't fancy, just a simple wooden structure tucked deep in the forest, but it had everything I needed. A bed, a small kitchen, and a fireplace. It was perfect for a weekend getaway. Just me, the woods, and my thoughts. I hadn't been there long when I started to notice things. It wasn't anything overtly strange at first, just little things that seemed off. A door that didn't quite shut right, a faint creak in the floorboards when there was no wind. But these were things I could easily explain away. Old houses make noise. The door probably needed some adjusting. The floorboards had been there for years. No surprise they'd settle. It wasn't until the second night that I started to feel uneasy. I had been sitting by the fire, reading a book, when I heard a sound coming from outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind rustling the trees, but the sound was too rhythmic, too deliberate, like someone was walking around the cabin. My heart began to race as I listened, the crackling of the fire seeming louder in the silence. I stood up slowly, making my way to the window. Outside, the night was pitch black, the trees swaying in the wind. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. My skin crawled, and I stepped back from the window, trying to shake the feeling. I told myself it was nothing, maybe an animal, maybe just my mind playing tricks on me. I had to admit the isolation was starting to get to me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. So, I locked the door, pulled the heavy curtains shut, and tried to distract myself with my book. The night passed uneventfully, and the next morning I woke to a peaceful, quiet day. The sun was shining through the trees, and the forest was still. I tried to forget about the night before, chalking it up to nerves or overactive imagination. But as I stepped outside to gather some firewood, I noticed something strange. There, in the soft dirt near the cabin, were fresh footprints. They weren't animal tracks, they were human. They were small, almost childlike, and they led right up to the front door, then turned and disappeared back into the trees. I froze. My heart pounded in my chest, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I looked around the clearing, but there was no one in sight. The forest was as still as ever, and the only sound was the rustling of the leaves in the breeze. But the footprints were real, and they were fresh. I quickly grabbed the firewood and hurried back into the cabin, locking the door behind me. I couldn't explain it. I was supposed to be alone out here. There was no one else. But those footprints didn't lie. Someone had been here, and they had been close. I spent the rest of the day inside, feeling paranoid and jumpy. Every little noise sent my heart racing. I tried to calm myself, telling myself that it was probably just someone else out for a hike or maybe a hunter. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. As night fell, I didn't even bother with the fire. I just sat in the dark, staring at the door. The cabin felt smaller now, more suffocating. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind, felt like it was someone out there, waiting. The next few hours were the worst. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those footprints, and I kept hearing noises outside. It was as though someone or something was just waiting for me to make a move. The silence pressed in on me, and my mind began to spiral. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, but the feeling of being watched never left. It gnawed at me, making my skin crawl. At some point, I must have drifted off to sleep, because the next thing I knew, I was awake again, but something was different. The cabin was colder than it had been, the air thick and still. I could hear the wind howling outside, but the fire had long since gone out. I sat up, blinking in the dark. My breath came out in cold puffs, and I rubbed my arms to try to warm up. Then I heard it again, the same rhythmic sound from the night before. It was faint at first, but it grew louder. The sound of footsteps. Someone was outside the cabin, walking in circles around it. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I tried to steady my breathing, but it was impossible. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I held my breath, my whole body tense with fear. Whoever it was, they were right outside. The door suddenly creaked, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Something was trying to open it. I rushed to the window, heart pounding. The wind had picked up, and the trees were bending, but through the darkness, I could make out a shadow moving slowly past the window. A tall figure. It didn't stop, just kept moving, like it was walking in a slow, deliberate circle around the cabin. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. Should I run? Should I hide? What if they saw me? What if it was someone who meant me harm? The figure continued its slow, methodical walk around the cabin. I could hear the sound of the footsteps, soft but steady. It went on for what felt like hours, though I knew it was probably only minutes. I didn't dare move, didn't dare make a sound. Finally, the footsteps stopped. For a moment, there was nothing. Silence. Then, slowly, the door handle began to turn. I held my breath, clutching the edges of the bed, my knuckles white. The door creaked open, but just a crack. I could see the figure standing there, just beyond the threshold. I couldn't make out any details, just the shape of a person standing there in the dark. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The door slowly closed, and the footsteps faded into the distance. I waited for what felt like an eternity, too afraid to move. My body was frozen, my mind screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't respond. I didn't know what to do. All I knew was that I had to survive the night. And that's when I realized something. The figure, whatever it was, hadn't come back. The cabin was silent again, almost too silent. It was as though the whole world had stopped. And that's when I heard it, the faintest sound, a whisper almost imperceptible, coming from the other side of the room. It was a breath. My heart skipped a beat. Someone or something was in the cabin with me. I didn't dare move, didn't even breathe. I listened, straining to hear any more movement. But there was nothing. No footsteps, no rustling. Just the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. After what felt like hours, I finally got the courage to move. I slid out of bed, careful not to make a sound, and crept to the door. The faintest light from the moon filtered through the cracks in the wood, casting long shadows across the room. The air was heavy, thick with the smell of old wood and dust. I reached for the handle, but my hand froze just above it. There was a faint scraping sound, followed by the unmistakable sound of breathing. The breath was coming from behind me. I turned slowly, my heart in my throat, but the room was empty. Nothing was there. But the feeling, the pressure, the presence, it didn't go away. In that moment, I realized that I wasn't alone. Not anymore. I spent the rest of the night on edge, unable to sleep, listening for any more sounds, any more movement. The night dragged on in agonizing silence, the minutes stretching into what felt like hours. By the time the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I was exhausted, but I didn't care. I just needed to get out. I packed my things as quickly as I could, still hearing the sounds of footsteps in my mind. Every creak of the cabin, every snap of a twig outside, made me jump, but I managed to leave, and as I drove away from the cabin, I felt a strange sense of relief. I didn't know who or what had been out there, but I was sure of one thing: I would never go back. And I don't think I'll ever understand what happened that night. But I've learned one thing for sure: some places are better left unexplored. I didn't think much about it when I first saw the cabin. It was supposed to be a peaceful getaway, the kind of place where I could get away from the chaos of life for a while, clear my head, and just breathe. The kind of place people rent when they need to disconnect from everything. I was tired, burned out really, and I thought a couple of days alone in the woods would help me reset. The cabin was an old one, probably built in the late 1800s or early 1900s. It was made of rough-hewn logs, and the roof was slanted steeply with moss growing in patches on the shingles. It sat at the edge of a dense forest, where the trees stretched up into the sky like giant fingers, blocking out most of the sunlight. There was a small creek that ran nearby, gurgling softly in the distance, and the air smelled fresh with that sharp tang of pine. It seemed like the perfect spot. The place was remote, too remote maybe. It was located about 3 miles down an unpaved, winding road, and the nearest town was over 20 miles away. The owner, a gruff older man who had been hard to read, gave me a quick rundown of the house before leaving me to it. "Watch out for wildlife," he said. "Keep the doors locked and don't leave food out. Bears, raccoons, all that. You're out here with them." That's what he told me before handing me the keys, giving me a nod, and driving off in his old truck. I didn't think much about it, though. I wasn't worried about bears or raccoons. What I was looking for was solitude. I spent the first day settling in, unpacking my things, and exploring the cabin. The inside smelled like old wood, and the floors creaked under my feet. There was a small wood stove in the corner, an old couch that looked like it hadn't been used in years, and a small kitchen area with a table for one. The bedroom was upstairs, a simple room with a large window that overlooked the forest. It was beautiful in its own way, and I thought I might spend my time reading and enjoying the quiet. That night, the peace didn't last long. I sat by the stove, reading a book, when I started to hear something outside. At first, it was just a rustling sound in the trees. I thought it was the wind, or maybe a deer or some other animal moving through the underbrush. But then it came again, closer this time, almost rhythmic. It was as if something was walking, carefully stepping through the forest, making deliberate noises as it moved. I couldn't explain it at the time, but I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The sound didn't make sense. It wasn't like an animal. It was too deliberate. It was like someone or something was trying to move silently, but it couldn't help making small, creaky sounds as it shifted. I stood up from the couch and walked over to the window. I looked out into the dark, but the trees were too thick to see anything. Still, I felt eyes on me. It was like someone was watching me from just beyond the tree-line, waiting for me to make a move. I shook it off, thinking I was just being paranoid. It was probably a deer or something, maybe a raccoon. The guy had mentioned them after all, but the feeling didn't go away. It stayed with me as I sat back down. The sound continued, the slow, deliberate footsteps moving around the cabin. I grabbed a flashlight and stood by the door, trying to muster the courage to step outside and investigate. But I didn't. I stayed inside, listening, waiting. After what felt like forever, the sounds finally stopped. There was nothing, just the quiet of the night. I decided to go to bed, figuring I had imagined it or that it was just a natural animal sound I hadn't recognized. I woke up the next morning with a headache. I hadn't slept well, tossing and turning all night. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in the woods, even though I had heard nothing since the night before. It was as if the air had changed, thickened somehow. That day, I decided to go for a walk. I needed some fresh air, something to clear my head. I left the cabin and wandered into the woods, following the creek. It wasn't long before I realized how far I had gone. The trees seemed to close in on me, the sounds of the creek growing louder, drowning out everything else. The path I was on became more overgrown, and the ground beneath my feet was soft with wet leaves. I turned back after a while, retracing my steps, but then I noticed something strange. There were marks on the trees, scratch marks. They were deep, jagged gashes in the bark, like something had scraped its claws down them. I stopped to look closer, and that's when I saw it. In the dirt by the base of one of the trees was a large footprint. It wasn't a bear's. It was too big, too human-like. The toes were clearly defined, and the size. It was massive, larger than anything I'd ever seen. I felt my heart start to race. My first instinct was to leave, but something held me in place. I couldn't look away from the footprint. I didn't know what to think. Maybe it was just a prank. Maybe someone was out here messing around. But I couldn't ignore the feeling that had started to crawl up my spine again. That sense of being watched, being followed. I turned and quickly made my way back to the cabin, not daring to look back. As I neared the cabin, I thought I saw something move in the trees. It was just a shadow, but it was there, just at the edge of my vision. I hurried inside, locked the door, and tried to shake off the anxiety. The evening came, and the sun set behind the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. I tried to relax, telling myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe the footprint was just an animal I didn't recognize. Maybe it wasn't anything to worry about. But then the sounds started again. Soft at first, just the rustling of leaves in the wind. But then closer, footsteps, steady and deliberate. This time I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the flashlight and went outside, scanning the trees. My pulse hammered in my chest, and the beam of light flickered as I swept it back and forth. There was nothing but the quiet of the forest. I stood there for a long time, the light in my hand shaking, scanning the dark. I don't know what made me go back inside, but I did, and that's when I saw it, something on the porch, a large, muddy footprint right on the wooden steps. I backed away, my heart racing, and that's when I heard it, a low growl, not from an animal but from somewhere close, almost behind me. I spun around, my flashlight flicking wildly, but there was nothing there. The growl came again, louder this time. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't any animal I knew. I locked the door, my hands shaking as I tried to calm my breathing. I was alone in that cabin, and the forest outside felt more like a trap now than a sanctuary. The growling didn't stop. It went on for hours, the sound circling the cabin, growing closer and closer, as if whatever it was outside was waiting for the right moment to get in. But it never did. By morning, the growling had stopped. The forest was still and quiet, the only sound the wind rustling through the trees. I couldn't tell you what happened that night. I didn't dare go outside to check. I spent the rest of the day in the cabin, too scared to venture out. When I finally left, I made sure the door was locked behind me. I didn't look back. I had this idea in my head for months, to get away from everything for a week. No phone, no work emails, no city noise, no people. Just peace and quiet. I wanted to be completely off the grid. I thought it would help clear my head, reset things, the kind of solitude people write books about. I had no clue how wrong I was. I found the cabin online through a listing someone shared in a minimalist lifestyle forum. It wasn't on a rental site or anything, just a single-page blog from some guy who said he built it years ago and now rents it out a few times a year. The pictures looked perfect. Dense forest, a small lake nearby, no neighbors in sight, and solar panels for power. It was about 3 hours from where I lived, and the guy said he only accepted payment through a wire transfer. That should have been a red flag, but I was so set on the idea of disconnecting that I didn't think twice. I packed up the essentials, clothes, a cooler full of food, a water jug, first aid kit, flashlight, knife, sleeping bag, some books. I also brought an old flip phone I kept turned off in case of emergencies. No internet access. I told one friend I'd be off the grid for a week and left the GPS coordinates he had emailed me. That was it. I left early on a Sunday morning, hoping to get there before dark. The drive was long, and the last hour was just rough dirt roads. No signs, no houses, just miles of trees. I kept glancing at my gas tank, wondering how far this place really was. Just when I was about to turn around, I spotted the mailbox. A rusted old metal box nailed to a post. No numbers or name, just sitting there like it was forgotten. I turned down the path next to it and drove another 10 minutes before I saw the cabin. It was even smaller than I expected. One room with panels worn from age, one small window in the front and another in the back. A short set of steps led to the front door. Behind it, just thick woods, no signs of any other buildings. The air was still. No birds, no wind, just quiet. I parked next to the cabin, grabbed my stuff, and let myself in. The key had been left under a rock like the guy said. The inside was simple, wooden walls, a cot in one corner, a table with 2 chairs, a propane stove, and a small cabinet with some canned food and cooking supplies. There was a bucket under the sink for wastewater and a small composting toilet in a separate wooden shack about 30 feet from the cabin. The solar battery showed a decent charge. Felt exactly how I wanted it to feel. Remote, alone, peaceful. The first 2 days were calm. I read, walked by the lake, cooked basic meals, and sat outside listening to the wind in the trees. It was cold at night, but I layered up and stayed warm enough. I didn't see or hear anyone, and I didn't check my phone once. The silence got to me a little, but that was the point, to feel uncomfortable and come out stronger. But on the 3rd night, something changed. I had just put out the lantern and was settling into my sleeping bag when I heard something outside. A branch snapping, then another. First, I thought it was just a deer or something, but it sounded heavier, slower, not like an animal running through the woods, but more like careful steps. Crunch, pause, crunch, closer. I sat up and held my breath. My heart was thudding in my chest, and I could feel my ears straining for any sound. The footsteps stopped. I waited in the dark, not moving, nothing, no more sounds. After maybe 20 minutes, I finally laid back down, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Animals can sound like people sometimes, especially in the dark when your brain plays tricks on you. But the next morning, I saw the footprints. Clear, human footprints in the dirt just outside the cabin. I wear a size 10 hiking boot. These were bigger, barefoot, with deep impressions like someone heavy had walked around the cabin sometime during the night. They circled the building twice, then led back toward the woods. I didn't know what to think. I hadn't seen another person in 3 days. I had no cell signal, and there was no way someone just happened to be wandering barefoot this deep in the woods. Still, I told myself it was probably just some local passing through. Maybe someone from a nearby cabin I didn't know about. I tried to forget about it and went about my day, but I kept looking over my shoulder. I didn't go down to the lake that day. I stayed close to the cabin. I kept the knife on my belt. That night, I locked the door and set a small alarm trap using some string and tin cans I found in the cabinet. I tied it across the stairs outside. If someone walked up, the cans would rattle. I barely slept. Every little sound outside made me sit up. Wind in the trees, leaves rustling. Then around 3 a.m., I heard the cans rattle. Not loudly, just enough to wake me. I sat up, heart pounding. I reached for my flashlight and knife and stayed perfectly still, pointing the light at the door. I didn't hear footsteps this time, but something brushed against the side of the cabin. A soft thump, then another, like someone was pressing their hand or body against the wall, slowly moving around the cabin. I waited like that until the sun started coming up. Then I finally opened the door. The cans were on the ground, the string snapped, and more footprints, still barefoot, still circling. But this time, they didn't lead away. They just stopped, about 15 feet from the back of the cabin, like whoever it was had just disappeared into the woods. I wanted to leave right then, but the roads were rough and my gas tank was getting low. I wasn't sure I'd make it to the nearest town without getting stranded. I thought about walking out, but it was too far, and I didn't even know the way. I decided I'd stay one more night, and if anything else happened, I'd hike out with the emergency phone turned on and call for help. I spent the day collecting wood, sharpening sticks, and reinforcing the door with a piece of metal I pulled off one of the cabinet doors. I didn't care if I ruined the place. I just wanted to feel safer. That night, I stayed up. I didn't even try to sleep. I sat at the table with my flashlight and knife, staring at the door. Around midnight, I heard it again. The same slow, deliberate steps. They circled once, twice, then silence, then a creak on the back window. I jumped up and aimed the flashlight. Nothing, just the woods and trees. But the window had a smudge on it, like someone had pressed their face or hand against it. That's when I lost it. I grabbed the emergency phone and turned it on. Took a few minutes to connect to the satellite, but eventually it worked. I called the only number I had programmed into it, my friend, the one I had left the coordinates with. He answered after a few rings. I told him something was wrong and that I needed help. He said he'd call the local authorities and try to send someone out. The signal was weak, but I gave him as much detail as I could. I stayed awake until dawn, sitting by the door, knife in hand. No more sounds that night, but when the sun came up, I looked outside and saw the same thing again. Footprints, this time right up against the walls. Handprints on the windows, even on the roof like someone had climbed up and laid there. I packed up everything, stuffed it into my car, and waited. I didn't want to start driving until I knew someone was coming. I didn't want to break down or get stuck alone again. Around 11 a.m., I heard a truck on the path. A sheriff's deputy pulled up in a big four-wheel drive, and I've never felt so relieved. He stepped out, looked around, and asked what had happened. I showed him everything, the footprints, the cans, the marks on the windows. He didn't say much, just took notes, looked at the tracks, and nodded slowly. He told me there had been a few reports in the last couple of years. People staying in remote cabins who'd heard or seen someone watching them. Nothing ever came of it. No one caught, no one hurt, just people getting scared, leaving early. He asked me if I wanted to file a report, and I said no. I just wanted to get out of there. He followed me back to the main road, then I headed home. I didn't stop until I got back to the city. When I finally walked into my apartment, it felt unreal, like I had come back from another world. Took days before I could sleep normally again. I kept waking up at night, listening for footsteps. I moved to a new apartment a few months later, somewhere with neighbors, noise, and streetlights. I tried to forget about the cabin, but I never really could. A few weeks after I got back, I went to check the website where I found the listing. It was gone. Not just the listing, everything. The whole blog. No archived pages, no cached copies, nothing. Like it had never existed. I still don't know who was out there. I don't know if it was someone living in the woods, someone watching people who came to that cabin, or something else. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt, and I know one thing for sure: I'll never go to a cabin alone again. I'd always wanted a getaway, something simple, isolated, far from the chaos of everyday life. When I found the listing for the cabin, I jumped at the chance. A rustic, old cabin tucked away in the woods, far from any bustling town or even cell phone reception. The kind of place where you could disconnect and reset. I needed it, and honestly, I thought it was going to be perfect. Little did I know, this retreat would turn into a nightmare. I remember driving up the winding dirt road leading to the cabin. The trees seemed to close in on me as I made my way through the thick forest. The road was barely wide enough for my car to fit, and with the sun sinking lower in the sky, the shadows stretched across the path, making everything look ominous. But I was excited. I wasn't the type to get scared easily, and I figured it was just the usual feeling you get when heading to a remote location. You know, that feeling of adventure. I was ready to leave everything behind, even if just for a few days. When I finally saw the cabin, I was relieved. It wasn't as run down as I expected, though it had that rustic charm that drew me in. The building itself was made of weathered wood, the windows small and covered by thick, dark curtains that were drawn closed. The porch creaked as I stepped up, and the front door, old and heavy, opened with a groan. The interior was simple: a small living room, a kitchen, and a loft upstairs where the bedroom was. It felt cozy in a way, but also strangely hollow, like it was just waiting for someone to fill it. The first night was uneventful. I unpacked my things, got a fire going in the fireplace, and cooked a simple dinner. The cabin was cold, even though the fire was roaring, but I didn't mind. I figured it was just the old wood. Maybe the insulation wasn't as good as it could be. There was no internet, no phone signal, just the crackling of the fire and the occasional wind howling outside. It felt peaceful in a way, and I thought that's exactly what I needed. But then things started to feel off. First, it was just little things. The kind of stuff that doesn't make much sense when you're rational. The door to the cabin would creak open even though I was sure I had locked it. A sound in the walls like something skittering around, though when I checked, nothing was there. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe it was just the old house settling or some animal outside. But then, on the second night, things got worse. I was lying in bed, the fire from downstairs flickering faintly through the cracks in the floorboards. The room was silent, save for the occasional rustling of the wind. That's when I heard it, a soft, tapping sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but it was too rhythmic. It was coming from the ceiling, like something or someone was up there. My heart skipped a beat. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the old wood shifting, maybe an animal. But the noise grew louder, sharper, like something was scratching, dragging across the ceiling. I got out of bed and crept downstairs, careful not to make a sound. The house was freezing now, colder than before. I checked all the windows and the door, but everything was locked. The fire was dying down to embers, and the darkness was closing in. I stood in the living room for a while, just listening. The tapping continued, rhythmic and persistent. I grabbed a flashlight and shone it at the ceiling, but there was nothing, just shadows and the old beams of the cabin. My mind raced, but I kept telling myself it was nothing. Just the house settling, or maybe a small animal up in the attic. I didn't sleep much that night. The next day, I decided to explore the area a little. I needed to clear my head, to convince myself I was being paranoid. I grabbed a jacket, locked up the cabin, and set off into the woods. The air was fresh, crisp, and the quiet of the forest was almost soothing. Birds chirped, and the leaves rustled in the breeze. I walked for hours, taking in the scenery, but as I went deeper into the woods, I noticed something odd. The trees seemed to grow denser, the light filtering through the branches growing dimmer. It felt like I was being swallowed by the forest. And every time I looked back, I couldn't see the cabin anymore. It felt like I was being watched. After a while, I turned around, not wanting to get too far from the cabin. But when I got back, I noticed something strange. The door, which I had locked before I left, was slightly ajar. Not much, just enough that I could see a sliver of dark space beyond it. My heart rate spiked, but I tried to stay calm. Maybe the wind had blown it open, or maybe I hadn't closed it all the way. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I entered cautiously, scanning the room. Everything seemed fine. No signs of forced entry, nothing was out of place. But as I stood there, something caught my eye. The fireplace, which I had made sure to extinguish before leaving, was now smoking. A low, steady puff of smoke was rising from the ashes. I approached the fireplace slowly, unsure of what I was seeing. There, in the remnants of the fire, were fresh embers. Someone had definitely been here. The thought sent a cold shiver down my spine. I wasn't alone. The tapping from the night before started again. This time louder, more insistent. It was coming from somewhere deeper in the cabin, somewhere I couldn't see. I grabbed a kitchen knife, my grip tight, my breath shallow. I wasn't sure what I expected to find, but I knew I needed to figure it out. The noise led me to the stairs, up to the loft where the bedroom was. As I climbed the stairs, every creak of the old would seem to echo in the silence. The closer I got to the top, the louder the sound became. I reached the top and swung the door open. The room was empty, save for the bed and some furniture. But then I saw it, a single small footprint in the dust on the floor. It wasn't my own. It was small, too small to be mine, and it was fresh. My heart raced as I turned around, checking every corner of the room. There was no one there. The tapping stopped as suddenly as it had started. I stayed in the cabin for 2 more nights, I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting, that I was just letting my imagination get the best of me. But the sounds kept coming. The tapping, the creaking, the feeling of being watched. It became impossible to ignore. And then, on the third night, the worst happened. I was lying in bed, barely able to keep my eyes open, when I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Heavy and slow, like someone was walking around downstairs. I held my breath, hoping it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But then I heard the door to the cabin creak open. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I stayed perfectly still, hoping whoever it was would leave. But the footsteps didn't stop. They got closer. And then, without warning, the door to the loft creaked open. I froze. I didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe. I could hear the slow, uneven footsteps coming toward the bed. It was as if someone was standing right at the foot of it, just waiting. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my things, whatever I could carry, and ran out of the cabin. I didn't look back. I didn't care about the cold or the darkness or the fact that I didn't know where I was going. I just needed to get out. I ended up walking miles that night, until I finally found a road and flagged down a passing car. The driver was kind enough to take me to a nearby town, and I never went back to that cabin. I don't know what happened there or who or what was in that cabin with me, but I know one thing for sure: I'll never go back. The cabin, as far as I know, still stands, abandoned, in the middle of the woods. And sometimes, when I think about it, I wonder who might be there now. I don't know what made me choose that cabin. Maybe it was the low price, or maybe it was the idea of getting away from everything for a while. My work had been eating at me for months, and my mind felt like a foggy, overused engine. I wasn't sleeping much, my chest always felt tight, and I was constantly angry or just tired. I figured being alone in the woods, in a quiet place, away from all the noise and deadlines, might help me breathe again. I found the listing on an old website for outdoor rentals. It looked decent in the photos. Nothing fancy, just a wooden cabin near a ridge called Willow Ridge. No cell signal, no internet, barely even a road. It was remote, which was exactly what I wanted. The pictures showed a 2-room cabin with a small deck, a metal chimney, and a short path leading through some pine trees to a nearby creek. It was cheap, almost too cheap, but I was desperate for a break and didn't ask many questions. I packed enough food for a week, loaded up on fuel, and brought all the basics. A couple of warm jackets, sleeping bag, boots, some tools, a radio, batteries, a hatchet, water jugs, a camp stove, a lantern, and a small notebook. I wasn't planning to go hiking much. Just wanted to sit by the fire, maybe read, and forget the world for a bit. It took me most of the day to drive up there. The final stretch was rough, narrow dirt road full of deep ruts, overgrown branches scraping the sides of my SUV. I had to stop a few times and clear fallen branches. There were no signs or markers either, just the coordinates the owner had emailed me. After nearly an hour of slowly crawling through the trees, I spotted the roof of the cabin between the pines. The place was even more isolated than I expected. No other cabins nearby, no sign of life, not even birds when I got out of the car. Just trees and silence. The air was cold and crisp, and the smell of pine sap hung heavy. The cabin looked older than the photos showed. The wood was darker, some of the boards looked warped, and the front steps had moss growing on them. But it was standing and the door lock worked. Inside, it was simple. A small kitchen area, a wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, a narrow bed, and a separate back room with some shelves and an old cot. There were cobwebs in the corners and dust on everything, but it was dry and solid. I opened a few windows to let fresh air in, unpacked my gear, and started a fire in the stove. The first day was uneventful. I made some soup on the stove, wrote a little in my notebook, and sat by the fire. The silence was thick but peaceful. At night, I read with the lantern on and fell asleep early. The second day, I chopped some wood out back and walked down to the creek. The trail was overgrown and the banks were muddy, but the water was clean and cold. I filled a pot and boiled it for drinking. I sat on the deck that evening, watching the treetops sway in the wind. No phone buzzing, no emails, no traffic noise. just the soft rustling of leaves. But that night, I woke up to a noise. It was subtle, just a soft thud, like something bumping against the outside wall. I sat up and listened. Nothing. Maybe a branch falling. I went back to sleep. The next day was colder. Gray sky, no sun. I spent most of it inside reading, sipping instant coffee, and listening to the fire crackle. That night, I heard it again. Another thud, closer to the front of the cabin. This time I got up and stepped outside with the lantern. The woods were silent. I walked around the cabin. Nothing, just cold air and trees. Maybe an animal, a deer or raccoon. But the next morning, I noticed something odd. The wood pile behind the cabin was scattered. Some logs had been rolled out across the ground, like someone had kicked them around. I didn't remember leaving it like that. I was pretty sure I had stacked them neatly, but maybe I forgot. Maybe I was tired. That night, I locked the door carefully and made sure the axe was inside. I kept the lantern by my bed. I tried not to think about it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out there. That night, the sound came again. Louder. It wasn't a thud this time. It was a dragging sound. Something heavy moving across the deck outside. Then a soft knock. Not sharp, just a dull bump against the door. I sat up, heart pounding, listening. Silence. I didn't move for an hour. Eventually I fell asleep, but it wasn't restful. The next morning, I found fresh scuff marks on the deck. Parallel lines like something had been dragged. The edge of the deck had a chunk of wood missing, like it had been gouged. I walked out to the edge of the trees and looked around. Nothing. No footprints. Just dry pine needles. The air felt heavier that day. I couldn't focus on anything. My nerves were shot. Every sound outside made me jump. I kept the axe close. That evening, as I was boiling water, I heard movement behind the cabin. Not footsteps, more like something brushing through branches. I stepped outside with the axe and walked around. Still nothing, but I could feel it. Something was out there, watching. That night was the worst. Just after midnight, I woke to the sound of footsteps. Not close, maybe 30, 40 feet away in the trees. Crunching slowly, deliberate, not an animal. Too slow, too heavy. Then it stopped. I waited, holding my breath, every muscle tense. And then the footsteps started again, closer this time. Then silence. Then a sound on the back wall. A scratch, light, slow. Then a knock, not a hard one, just a tap like someone using their knuckle. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. I stayed like that until the sky turned gray outside. When I finally stepped out after sunrise, I found more scuff marks. This time on the back wall under the window, and something else. A single boot print in the soft dirt. A man's size, worn sole, deep tread, not mine. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the fire with the axe in one hand and the lantern on the floor. Every sound made me jump. I kept checking the window, expecting to see a face, but it never came. The next morning, I packed everything. I didn't care about finishing the week. I didn't care about the money. I needed to leave. But when I went to start the car, the battery was dead. I checked the cables. No corrosion. I had driven the car just fine getting up there. It wasn't old. I tried starting it again. Nothing. That's when I noticed the hood was slightly popped. I hadn't left it like that. I opened it. The battery cables had been cut. Clean. Sharp. A knife or blade. I stood there, heart hammering, staring at the engine. Someone had been there. Someone had done that while I slept. I was 30 miles from the nearest road, no cell signal, and it was already past noon. I had no choice but to stay another night and hike out at first light. I kept the fire going and moved the table against the door. I placed the axe by my sleeping bag and lay down fully dressed. But I didn't sleep. At around 2 a.m., I heard the footsteps again. This time they came all the way to the porch. I could hear the boards creak under the weight. Then the doorknob rattled. Just once. Then silence. Then a voice. A low, slow voice. A whisper through the cracks in the wood. I don't remember the words. I don't think I understood them. Just the sound of a man's voice, slow and calm. like he was talking to himself. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Eventually, the steps moved away. I waited until dawn. As soon as there was enough light, I grabbed my gear and started walking. I didn't stop to eat. I didn't look back. I just walked. I hiked for hours. My legs were shaking. My pack felt like lead, but I didn't stop. Around 3 p.m., I reached the main road. I flagged down a truck and got a ride into the nearest town. I told the sheriff what happened. He listened, nodded, took some notes. They sent a deputy up there 2 days later. The cabin was empty. My car was still there, battery missing. The inside had been torn apart. Drawers opened, mattress cut open, axe missing. But no signs of anyone else. No footprints, no fingerprints, no ID. Just one thing, carved into the back wall, in small letters, "I like when they stay." That was enough for me. I never went back. I sold the car to a salvage yard and never contacted the cabin owner again. I don't even know if there really was an owner. The website disappeared a few weeks later. I still wake up at night sometimes, sweating, heart racing, thinking I hear someone outside my window. I don't go into the woods anymore, not alone, and I never stay in cabins, not ever again. The first time I saw the cabin, it looked like something out of an old hiking brochure. The kind they used to print before everyone had GPS and relied on the simple charm of a place that was off the beaten path. It stood alone, surrounded by trees, a small patch of grass overgrown with weeds and wildflowers. There was a wooden porch, its railing weathered by years of rain and sun. The roof sagged a little, and the chimney had a faint trace of smoke coming out, though no one had ever seen a car in the driveway for miles. I'd spent my whole life growing up in a city, surrounded by noise, people, and the constant buzz of technology. The idea of isolation, complete isolation, was something that had always intrigued me. It was my first weekend getaway, and I wanted nothing more than a place to forget about work, about the daily grind. I wanted to just breathe and enjoy the silence. So when I found this cabin online, listed as a quiet, secluded retreat for solo travelers, I jumped on it. It took me nearly 5 hours to drive out there. The road leading up to the cabin was narrow, winding, and seemed to stretch on forever. At first, I thought I had made a wrong turn, but the map confirmed I was heading the right way, and eventually the trees grew denser, blocking out the sun until I could barely see a thing. The air grew colder the further I went, and the faint hum of distant civilization died out entirely. When I finally reached the cabin, I had to laugh at how much it seemed like the stereotypical cabin in the woods. It was small, old-fashioned, but somehow charming. The kind of place that seemed like it belonged in a horror story. But I wasn't concerned. I told myself that stories were just stories. Nothing had ever happened to me before. Why would this time be any different? I parked my car, grabbed my bag, and made my way to the front door. There was no lock, just a rusty handle that creaked when I turned it. Inside, the air was musty, and the smell of wood and old stone filled my nose. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I walked through the small living area. A fireplace sat dormant against the far wall, with an old, empty rocking chair next to it. The furniture was sparse, just a small couch, a few chairs, and a wooden dining table. I set my bag down and opened the blinds to let in the fading light of the late afternoon. There was no one else around, no signs of life, just the stillness of the forest surrounding me. For a moment, I felt a slight discomfort, but I brushed it off. It was just my nerves. After all, I was here to relax. The first night passed quietly. I spent most of it reading, trying to get used to the oddness of being in a place so far from civilization. It was strange to be without any real connection to the world. No phone service, no Wi-Fi, just me and the crackling of the fire in the fireplace. It felt freeing, but also slightly unsettling. When it came time for bed, I lay there in the quiet, listening to the sounds of the night. The wind picked up outside, rustling the trees, and the occasional distant sound of an animal moving through the woods reached my ears. The first few hours were peaceful, but then, somewhere in the middle of the night, I heard a sound, a soft creak. I immediately froze, trying to make sense of it. My mind raced through every possible explanation, but nothing made sense. The cabin was still except for the noise. Another creak, closer this time. I sat up in bed, straining to hear. Came again, this time from the direction of the front door. My heart rate quickened. The door was supposed to be locked. I made sure of it before bed. Still, the sound persisted, followed by a low scraping, like something was moving across the floor. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. The last thing I wanted was to make any noise that would draw whatever it was closer. My mind raced, imagining all the scenarios I'd seen in movies, the things that could be lurking in the woods, but none of it made sense. There was no one else out here. I was completely alone. I waited, for what felt like an eternity. I lay there, my eyes darting to the shadows in the corners of the room. Every sound, every movement, seemed to grow louder in the silence. Finally, the noise stopped. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When morning came, I decided to go out and check the cabin. I figured it was just the house settling, or perhaps some animal had gotten inside and was causing the noises. But when I went to the door, I noticed something strange. The lock had been tampered with. It was barely hanging on its hinges, as if someone had tried to force their way inside. My heart skipped a beat. I was certain I had locked it the night before. I quickly checked the rest of the cabin. Nothing else seemed disturbed, but the feeling of unease only grew. Whoever or whatever had been out there had clearly been close, and they didn't want me to feel comfortable. I couldn't explain it, but the tension in my gut told me I wasn't safe here. The rest of the day was spent in a heightened state of alert. I kept the doors locked and double-checked the windows. The sounds from the night before never returned, but the eerie feeling that something was off never left. The trees outside, once peaceful, now seemed like silent sentinels, watching me. The wind picked up again, shaking the branches, and every rustle sent a chill down my spine. I decided to spend the rest of my time there and not let my nerves get the better of me. But that night, as I lay in bed, something changed. There was a movement outside the window, a shadow, something passing by quickly. My heart raced again as I slowly pulled back the curtains, but there was nothing there, just the empty darkness of the woods stretching beyond. Then I heard the scraping noise again, this time much louder. It was unmistakable. It was coming from inside the cabin. I jumped out of bed, my heart pounding in my chest. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and walked toward the living room. The noise was coming from behind the fireplace. Slowly, I approached, my flashlight flicking over the floor, and there, near the stone hearth, I saw it. A piece of the wooden floor had been shifted aside, just enough to reveal a small hole underneath. The scraping sound I had heard wasn't from any animal. It was something digging. The hole was deep, and my flashlight shone on what appeared to be a collection of old, rusted metal objects beneath the floor. I didn't know what to make of it, but I was sure they weren't supposed to be there. I knelt down, my hands trembling. Something about the scene made my skin crawl. This wasn't just a forgotten cabin. It felt as though someone had hidden something here, something they didn't want found. I didn't stay long enough to figure it out. I turned and ran back to my room, locking the door behind me. The noise had stopped, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That something or someone was still there watching from the shadows. That night, I barely slept at all. The silence outside the cabin felt like it was closing in on me. I didn't trust the air. I didn't trust the place. And the worst part? I couldn't leave. My car was out of commission, the engine dead. I had no choice but to wait until morning. When daylight finally came, I packed what little I could carry and made my way out of the cabin. I had no intention of staying another night. The strange noises, the tampered lock, the hole in the floor, something was wrong. This place wasn't meant to be visited, and I was convinced it didn't want anyone here. I never did find out what was hidden beneath the floorboards, or who or what had been in the cabin with me that night. I left without looking back. I've told this story to a few people since, but no one really understands. It's not just about the things that happened there. It's about how the place made me feel, how it felt like something was waiting for me, something that had been there long before I ever stepped foot inside, something I didn't want to meet. I had been working nonstop for almost 9 months. Between my job at the construction company and trying to finish the renovation work on my house, I hadn't had a single weekend to myself. I was burned out, tired, and sick of city noise. A guy I knew from work, more of an acquaintance than a friend, told me about a cabin his cousin owned. Said it was way up in the woods of northern Vermont, near the Canadian border. Totally isolated. He said his cousin didn't use it anymore, and he could get me the key for a week if I wanted it. At first, I didn't think much of it. But then I started thinking how good it would feel to be away from everything. No phones, no traffic, no responsibilities. Just quiet. I said yes, and a few days later, he handed me the key and wrote down some directions on a sheet of paper. I packed light. I brought clothes, a flashlight, a knife, a few canned goods, a small cooler with some meat and fruit, and a big jug of water. The cabin was supposed to have a hand pump for well water, but I didn't want to take chances. I also brought a first aid kit, a little camp stove, and a thick sleeping bag. It was early October, and it was already getting cold at night. The directions took me far north, past Montpelier and into the thick woods. The paved roads turned into gravel, and eventually, the gravel turned into a narrow dirt trail that felt more like an ATV path than something a truck should be on. I had to stop a couple of times to move fallen branches. At one point, I wasn't sure if I was even on the right path anymore, but eventually, I spotted a small wooden sign nailed to a tree. It just said cabin with an arrow pointing forward. The trail curved for another 100 yards or so, and then I saw it. The cabin was old but still looked solid. Weathered logs, a slanted tin roof, and a front porch that sagged slightly in the middle. There were 3 wooden steps up to the door and a small window on either side. No chimney that I could see, but there was a rusted metal pipe sticking up through the roof, probably for a wood stove. The forest surrounded it on all sides, dense, tall pines and maples with leaves that had turned yellow and orange. The place felt forgotten, which is exactly what I wanted. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. It was musty, the way all shut-up places get after a long time without people. The inside was one big room. To the left, there was a bed frame with a rolled-up mattress on top. To the right, a small kitchen area with a wooden counter, a few shelves, and an old gas stove that looked like it hadn't worked in years. Against the back wall was a large ironwood stove with a little pile of firewood next to it. In the far corner was a narrow wooden door that led to a tiny bathroom, just a composting toilet and a bucket with a wash basin. I set my bag down and opened the windows to air the place out. The breeze that came in was cool and smelled like pine and dead leaves. Peaceful. I unpacked, made a quick meal of beans and jerky, then set up my sleeping bag on the mattress and lit a few candles I found in the drawer near the stove. There was no electricity, no cell service. Just the sound of wind in the trees and the occasional rustle of squirrels or birds outside. That night, I fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up around 3 a.m. to complete silence. No wind, no animals, not even the sound of trees creaking. Just dead, total quiet. It was so still I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. I sat up in my sleeping bag and looked around. The cabin was completely dark except for the faint light coming through the windows from the moon. My eyes adjusted, and I didn't see anything out of place. But the silence made my skin crawl. Eventually, I lay back down and stared at the ceiling for what felt like an hour before falling asleep again. The next morning, I made some coffee on the camp stove and walked around the cabin to explore. The woods were thick and untouched. I followed a narrow path that led behind the cabin, and it took me to a small clearing where there was an old picnic table and a rusted metal fire pit. Beyond that, the trees thickened again. I didn't see any other cabins or houses. I didn't even hear planes overhead. It was total isolation. By the second day, I was starting to really settle in. I spent most of my time walking in the woods, reading, and just sitting on the porch with a cup of coffee or a can of beer, watching the trees sway. I felt the stress drain out of me. My phone was dead and I didn't miss it. I didn't even check the time anymore. That night, I was woken up again around 2 or 3 a.m. This time it wasn't silence that got me, it was a sound. A soft, rhythmic creaking, like a board being stepped on over and over. I sat up and held my breath. The sound was coming from the porch. It was slow, like someone was shifting their weight from one foot to another. I didn't move. The creaking went on for at least 30 seconds, then stopped. I waited, barely breathing. Then I heard a soft scuff, like a boot dragging on wood. Another scuff, then nothing. I lay there for hours, heart pounding. When the sun came up, I went out onto the porch. Nothing was there. The ground below was just leaves and dirt, and I didn't see any footprints, though it had rained lightly the night before, so the ground was soft. It bothered me, but I tried to tell myself it could have been an animal. Maybe a bear rubbing against the post. Maybe wind shifting something on the porch. I wanted to believe that. Later that day, I walked further into the woods than before, just trying to shake off the uneasiness. I followed a dry creek bed and ended up maybe a mile from the cabin. That's when I saw something that really threw me. There was an old trail cam strapped to a tree, one of those small, camouflaged ones hunters use. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The strap was weather-worn, and the plastic casing had turned grayish from sun exposure, but it was still pointed directly at the trail. I followed the line of sight and saw another cam on a tree about 50 feet ahead. That one looked newer. I kept walking and saw another. Someone had set up a whole line of these cams heading back toward the cabin. I followed them all the way until I was less than 50 yards from the back clearing. Who the hell was using trail cams way out here? Couldn't shake it. That night I didn't sleep much. I kept listening for sounds, trying to hear the creaking again. I stayed up by the wood stove, drinking coffee and staring at the door. Nothing happened. Not that night. But the next morning, when I stepped outside, something was different. On the picnic table in the back clearing, there was a single glove. A black work glove, laid flat like someone had carefully placed it there. It was damp, and the leather was cracked. I hadn't left it there, and I hadn't seen it before. I checked my own gloves. Both were still in my bag inside. This wasn't mine. I stood there for a long time staring at it. My instincts told me to leave, but I kept telling myself I was overreacting. I had 3 more nights left. I wanted to believe it was just someone passing through. Maybe a hunter. Maybe the cousin who used to own the place. But something deep in my gut told me it wasn't that. I didn't go for a walk that day. I stayed close to the cabin, kept my knife in my belt, and every time I thought I heard something in the woods, I froze and listened. The sound of a twig snapping, the rustle of leaves. It all seemed louder now, more threatening, like I wasn't alone. That night, I didn't light any candles. I kept the cabin dark, sat near the window, and waited. Around 1:45 a.m., I saw movement. Something shifted just outside the tree line, near the back clearing. I couldn't see it clearly, just the faint outline of a figure moving between trees. Not walking, just standing for a few seconds, then moving to another spot. Watching, I stayed perfectly still, barely breathing. I didn't move until the sky began to lighten with dawn. When I finally worked up the nerve to go outside, I walked to where I'd seen the figure. There were faint marks in the ground. Not full footprints, just disturbed leaves and soil, like someone had stepped carefully, trying not to leave a trace. That was it for me. I packed my bag, threw everything in the truck, and drove out of there without eating or even cleaning up. The trail back to the road felt longer this time, and more than once I looked in the rearview mirror expecting to see someone standing in the middle of the path. But I didn't, just trees and fog. When I got back to cell service, I called the guy who gave me the key, told him something was off with the place. He sounded surprised, but said maybe the cousin had gone back without telling anyone. Said the cabin hadn't been used in over a year. I didn't push it. I didn't want to know more. A week later, I couldn't get the place out of my head. I looked up the general area on Google Maps. I followed the trail on satellite view and found the cabin. There were no other structures nearby. No neighboring houses. Nothing. But about half a mile north, deep in the woods, I spotted something strange. What looked like a series of square clearings. Not roads, just patches of ground cleared out in a grid-like pattern. No explanation for them. I reported it to the local sheriff's department anonymously. I told them about the cams, the glove, and the figure. They said they'd look into it. I never heard back. Months passed. I tried to forget it, but I still have dreams about the creaking sound on the porch, the glove on the... I had always been someone who enjoyed peace and quiet, so when I had the chance to rent a cabin in the woods for a week, I jumped at the opportunity. It wasn't a fancy place, just a small cabin tucked away in a secluded forest. The kind of place where no one would bother me, where I could read, write, and simply disconnect from the world. The cabin was located about a half-hour drive from the nearest town, far enough that I wouldn't see another person unless I went looking for them. And that's exactly what I wanted. The journey to the cabin was straightforward. I followed the narrow, winding road, my car humming along as I passed dense trees on either side. The air smelled fresh, like wet pine and moss. As I approached the cabin, I noticed that the trees grew thicker, the shadows longer, and the silence deeper. The cabin itself sat on the edge of a small clearing, surrounded by towering pines that seemed to stretch forever into the sky. It looked like something out of a picture, with its weathered wooden walls, small front porch, and a chimney that seemed to promise warmth on a cold night. I unloaded my things and made my way inside, the wooden floor creaking under my feet. The place had an old smell to it, but nothing unpleasant. There was a fireplace along one wall, a small kitchen with a few basic appliances, and a loft bedroom above. It was cozy, nothing extravagant, but it felt like the perfect place to spend a few days away from everything. The first night was peaceful. I lit a fire in the fireplace and settled into an armchair with a book. The only sounds I could hear were the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustle of leaves outside as the wind blew through the trees. I had been worried about getting lonely, but it felt nice to be away from all the noise of the world. The longer I sat there, the more I relaxed. It was easy to let go of the stress I'd been carrying. But on the second day, things started to feel off. It began with small things. I noticed that the cabin seemed quieter than it had the night before. The wind, which had been howling through the trees when I first arrived, had died down to almost nothing. The silence felt heavier, like it was pressing in on me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, though when I looked around, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The woods were still, the clearing around the cabin empty. I decided to take a walk to clear my head. I didn't want to spend the entire day cooped up inside, so I grabbed my jacket and headed out the door. The ground was soft underfoot, covered with a layer of pine needles and damp earth. The trees towered above me, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The air smelled rich and earthy, a sharp contrast to the sterile scent of the cabin. As I walked deeper into the forest, I noticed a trail that seemed to curve around the edge of the clearing. I hadn't seen it before, but it looked like it led further into the woods, so I decided to follow it. The path was narrow, barely wide enough for my feet, but it was well-trodden, as if others had walked here before me. It twisted and turned, winding around trees and rocks, leading me further from the cabin. The deeper I went, the more the forest seemed to close in on me. The trees grew thicker, their trunks larger and more gnarled. I couldn't see very far ahead, and the light filtering through the canopy above grew dimmer. I'd been walking for what felt like an hour when I came to a small clearing, one I didn't remember passing on my way in. There was a strange feeling about the place, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The clearing was empty, but the air was heavy, thick with a stillness that made me uneasy. I stopped and looked around, trying to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. My heart started to race as I realized how quiet the forest had become. There were no birds chirping, no rustling of leaves, nothing, just silence. I wanted to turn back, but something in me held me there, as if my legs were frozen to the spot. I took a few cautious steps forward, and that's when I saw it. A small shack, barely visible through the trees. It was old, with rotting wood and a sagging roof. It didn't look like it had been used in years, maybe decades. The door was ajar, swinging slightly in the breeze. Something about it struck me as wrong, like it didn't belong in the middle of the forest. I stood there for a moment staring at the shack. It was hard to explain, but there was an overwhelming sense of dread that washed over me. I knew I should turn back. I knew I should leave, but curiosity gnawed at me. Maybe there was something inside that explained why I was feeling so uneasy. I started walking toward the shack, my steps slow and cautious. As I got closer, the air seemed to grow colder, and a strange smell hit my nose. Damp, earthy, with a hint of something else, something rotten. My heart was pounding now, and I almost turned around, but I pushed forward. The door creaked as I reached it, swinging inward with an almost unnatural slowness. The interior was dark, but I could make out shapes of old, rusted tools and scattered debris on the floor. There was nothing that stood out immediately, but the oppressive feeling inside made me hesitate. I took another step, and that's when I heard it. A low, scraping sound coming from behind me. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing as my breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I turned around, expecting to see some animal, maybe a deer or a fox, but there was nothing. I didn't know what made me stay, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the trees, where I could have sworn I'd seen something move. The wind shifted, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw a figure standing between the trees, watching me. My heart thudded in my chest. I couldn't see its face, but something told me it was not someone I wanted to meet. I didn't wait to find out. I turned on my heel and ran. I don't know how long I was running, but my lungs burned with each breath. The woods blurred around me as I pushed through the underbrush, the thick trees making it hard to see. I didn't dare look behind me, but I could feel the presence, like someone or something was chasing me. I didn't stop until I stumbled back into the clearing by the cabin, my legs shaky and my heart racing. I didn't go back to the shack. I didn't even think about it again that day. Instead, I locked myself inside the cabin, the warmth of the fire doing little to calm my nerves. The whole day felt off, and every time I looked out the windows, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, sleep came fitfully. I kept waking up, certain that I heard something moving around outside the cabin, but when I looked out the window, the clearing was empty. The second night passed, and the third, though I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I told myself it was just the isolation. It had to be. There was no logical reason for me to feel so terrified. But when I woke up on the fourth morning, things were different. I decided to spend a weekend alone at a small cabin in the woods. It wasn't a decision I'd made lightly. There were several reasons for wanting this retreat. The main one was to get away from the constant noise of city life, the pressure of constant communication, and the weight of the stress that had been hanging over me for months. A cabin, deep in the woods, seemed like the perfect place to clear my head. No Wi-Fi, no phones, just nature. The cabin was small, built with rough-hewn logs that had weathered decades of wind and rain. It was isolated, tucked away between tall pines that seemed to rise higher than any trees I'd ever seen. There was no one around for miles except for the occasional hiker or passing wildlife. I found the idea of solitude appealing, a way to reconnect with myself and take some time off from the usual grind. I got there just before sunset. The sky was starting to dim as I parked my car near the cabin's dirt road. The air was crisp, with the scent of pine needles and fresh earth. I grabbed my bag, locked up the car, and made my way toward the front door. The place wasn't fancy. It had a small porch with an old wooden chair and a lantern that seemed like it had been used more for looks than anything practical. The door creaked as I opened it, revealing a simple interior, rustic wooden floors, a stone fireplace, and a few mismatched furniture pieces. It wasn't much, but it was enough for what I wanted: peace and quiet. The first night was uneventful. I built a fire in the fireplace and spent the evening reading a book I'd been meaning to get through. The fire crackled in the hearth, the warmth filling the room as I listened to the sounds of the forest outside. The occasional rustle of wind through the trees, the chirping of crickets, and the distant hoot of an owl. It was soothing, comforting, almost like I was becoming a part of the landscape around me. But as the night wore on, something shifted. I couldn't explain it at first, but I felt uneasy. It wasn't the wind or the sounds of animals. It was something else. A feeling I couldn't shake, like someone was watching me. The feeling lingered in the back of my mind as I lay in bed, staring at the wooden beams above me. My eyes kept drifting toward the window, where the shadows of the trees outside swayed in the moonlight. I knew it was probably just my imagination, but the sensation wouldn't go away. I eventually fell asleep, though fitfully. The next morning, I woke up early. The cabin was still and quiet, save for the occasional bird call outside. I had planned to spend the day hiking around the area, exploring the trails that wound through the forest. The cabin's location was ideal for that. There were no marked paths or tourist hotspots, just wilderness in all directions. It was exactly what I wanted. I ate a quick breakfast, packed a small bag with water and snacks, and set out. The trail began just behind the cabin, winding through dense trees and moss-covered rocks. The morning air was cool, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves and shafts, casting patterns on the forest floor. I walked for hours, enjoying the solitude and the rhythmic crunch of leaves and twigs under my boots. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. The usual forest sounds faded into the background, replaced by an almost eerie silence. I stopped for a break near a small stream, sitting on a rock and taking in the scenery. The water ran clear and cold over smooth stones, the sound of it soothing and peaceful. As I sat there, I noticed something strange. There was a broken tree branch lying on the ground near the water's edge. It wasn't just any branch. It was thick, with sharp edges, and it looked like it had been recently snapped off. The area around it was undisturbed, and there were no signs of anything else nearby. It didn't seem right, and a nagging feeling crept up my spine. I ignored it, chalking it up to the randomness of nature. After a few more minutes of sitting in silence, I stood up and decided to continue my hike. But as I walked away from the stream, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The quiet had returned, but it wasn't the peaceful quiet I had come to enjoy. It felt oppressive, almost like the forest was holding its breath. I didn't want to admit it, but the unease grew stronger. I tried to focus on the beauty around me, the towering trees, the sunlight dappling through the leaves, but my mind kept drifting back to that broken branch. There was something about it that didn't sit right with me. I decided to cut my hike short and head back to the cabin. The forest seemed to close in around me as I retraced my steps, the air thick with an unspoken tension. By the time I reached the cabin, I was grateful to be back in the familiar space. I didn't know why, but I felt safer there. The rest of the afternoon passed without incident. I cooked a simple dinner and spent the evening reading again, the fire in the hearth flickering softly. But that night, something happened that would change everything. I woke up in the middle of the night, my heart pounding in my chest. The cabin was still, but something felt wrong. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I wasn't alone. I lay there in the dark, listening intently, but all I could hear was the soft crackling of the fire in the other room. I tried to tell myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but the feeling persisted. I got out of bed and quietly crept toward the window. I pulled the curtain back slightly, peering out into the darkness. The moonlight was bright, casting long shadows across the porch and the surrounding forest. But there was something out of place. In the distance, just beyond the tree line, I saw a figure. It was standing still, hidden among the trees, its outline barely visible in the shadows. It wasn't moving, just standing there watching the cabin. I held my breath, unsure of what to do. My heart raced, and my mind spun with questions. Was it a person? An animal? What did they want? I didn't dare make a sound. I watched for what felt like an eternity, but the figure never moved. Eventually, the fear that had gripped me began to fade. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, a shadow cast by a tree or something else. But even as I tried to rationalize it, the image of that figure stayed with me, lodged deep in my mind. I spent the rest of the night in a restless sleep, waking frequently, the fear still lingering. The next morning, I didn't want to go outside. I didn't want to face whatever I had seen in the woods, but I couldn't just stay inside all day. I had come for peace and quiet, not to hole up in a cabin out of fear. So I gathered my courage, packed a small bag, and headed out again. The woods looked different now, darker, more foreboding. The sun wasn't as warm as it had been the day before, and the shadows seemed longer. I tried to push the fear out of my mind, focusing on the path ahead. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched again. I walked for hours, keeping my eyes peeled for any sign of the figure I had seen the night before. There was nothing. No movement, no sounds of anything unusual. Just the forest stretching out in all directions. But the further I went, the more I began to feel like something was following me. Something just out of sight. I reached a small clearing and stopped, taking a deep breath to steady myself. The trees around me seemed taller, more imposing, as if they were closing in on me. The air felt heavy, thick with something I couldn't name. And then, just as I was about to turn back, I saw it. A figure stepped into the clearing, emerging from the trees on the far side. It wasn't the same one I had seen the night before, but it was close. A man, tall and thin, with dark clothing that blended into the shadows. He stood still, staring at me, his eyes hidden in the shade of his hood. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't move, didn't speak. The man didn't say anything either. He just stood there, watching me, until the moment seemed to stretch on forever. Then, without warning, he turned and disappeared back into the trees. I stood there for a long time after he was gone, trying to process what had just happened. I had no idea who he was or what he wanted, but I knew one thing. I wasn't safe here anymore. I made my way back to the cabin quickly, not daring to look over my shoulder. My mind raced with questions, but the only thing that mattered was getting back to the cabin and locking the door behind me. When I arrived, I didn't waste any time. I packed up my things and left, not caring about the money I had paid or the time I had lost. I didn't want to stick around to find out what was going on, and I never did go back to that cabin. The cabin stood alone in the middle of the woods, surrounded by towering pines that seemed to close in around it. I had always wanted to experience the isolation that a cabin in the woods promised, away from the chaos of the world. It was supposed to be peaceful, an escape from the hustle and bustle. No phone signals, no distractions, just nature and silence. I arrived late in the afternoon. The sun was just starting to dip behind the hills, casting long shadows over the dirt path that led up to the cabin. There was a certain charm about it. Wooden walls, a thick stone chimney, and the smell of pine sap in the air. It was exactly what I imagined when I thought of a cabin in the woods. I parked my car and grabbed my things. An old duffel bag, a flashlight, and a small cooler with some food. It wasn't much, but it would be enough to get through the weekend. The key was under the mat, just like the owner had told me. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The place was small, cozy even, with a large stone fireplace on one side of the room. There were a couple of chairs in front of it, a small wooden table, and a simple kitchen with just the basics. The windows were big, letting in plenty of light, but also showing the deepening shadows outside. It was quiet, too quiet, but I told myself it was just the usual stillness of the woods. I unpacked my things and settled into one of the chairs by the fire. As the sun set, I lit a match and set a couple of logs in the fireplace, watching them catch fire and fill the room with warmth. The crackling sound of the fire was soothing, but it wasn't enough to completely drown out the sounds from outside. I could hear the wind rustling the leaves, the occasional snap of a branch, but there was something else, a faint noise, like footsteps crunching on the dry leaves. I paused, listening intently. The noise was soft, almost too soft to be sure of, but it was there. I stood up and walked over to the window, peering out into the gathering darkness. The trees were too dense to see anything clearly, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching. I pushed the thought aside, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. After all, I had only just arrived, and the woods could be a little unsettling if you weren't used to them. Night fell quickly, and soon the only light in the cabin was from the fire. I ate a simple dinner, some canned beans and bread, sitting at the table, listening to the wind outside. The noise of footsteps had stopped, but the feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. It wasn't a strong sensation, but it lingered at the edges of my mind, a small nagging thought. I tried to distract myself by reading a book, but my eyes kept drifting toward the window, where the darkness outside seemed to press closer to the glass. The wind howled as if trying to get inside, and the shadows seemed to stretch farther than they should. I could hear the occasional rustle of leaves, but nothing else. It was like the entire forest was holding its breath. By the time I finished the book, the fire was dying down, and the cabin had grown colder. I stood up, stoking the fire to keep the warmth in the room, and then made my way to the bedroom. It wasn't much, just a simple bed with a thick quilt, but it was enough for the night. I closed the door behind me, undressed, and climbed into the bed, pulling the covers tightly around me. The sheets were cool at first, but the warmth from the fire soon made them comfortable. But as I lay there, trying to sleep, the silence outside seemed to grow heavier. The house creaked as the wind pushed against it, but there was something else, something that didn't belong. A faint scratching sound, like claws on wood, came from the outside wall, followed by a soft thud. It wasn't an animal, I was sure of it. It was too deliberate, too steady. My heart rate picked up as I lay perfectly still, straining to hear any further sounds. But everything went quiet again. I tried to convince myself it was just a branch against the cabin, maybe a tree shifting in the wind. But the scratching, it didn't sit right with me. I turned over and stared at the ceiling, feeling my pulse in my ears. The silence was deafening now. No wind, no rustling leaves, no noise from outside at all. I got out of bed, my feet cold against the wooden floor, and crept over to the window. I peered out into the dark, my breath fogging up the glass. The trees were still, too still. The world outside felt unnaturally calm, like everything was waiting for something. I quickly backed away from the window, my mind racing. I didn't know what it was, but I had to get out of that room. I went back to the living room, where the fire still flickered weakly in the hearth. I grabbed the flashlight, turned it on, and started pacing, trying to think. What should I do? Should I leave? But it was dark, and I had no idea what might be lurking out there in the woods. I didn't know anyone nearby, and the road leading back was narrow and isolated. I would have to go all the way back to town before I found help. I sat back down in one of the chairs, breathing slowly, trying to calm myself. The scratching sounds came again, faint but persistent. I grabbed the flashlight and ran to the door, throwing it open. The cold night air hit me, biting at my skin. I shone the light around the cabin, looking for anything that might explain the noises. The beam of light bounced off the trees, illuminating only the dense, black underbrush. There was nothing, just the same silent woods. I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to convince myself it was all just the wind. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. Suddenly, I heard it again, a soft thud, and then another. It was coming from behind the cabin. I hurried around the side, shining my light in every direction. The beam flickered as I moved, making the shadows dance and shift unnaturally. The thudding continued, and I found myself moving closer, almost against my will. The light caught something in the distance, 2 red dots, gleaming in the darkness. My stomach twisted into knots. I froze, my breath catching in my throat as I stared at those eyes. They blinked slowly, almost lazily, like whatever they belonged to had all the time in the world. Then, with a sudden movement, a large shape stepped out of the shadows. It was huge, taller than a man, with long, disheveled hair and a gaunt face. The eyes didn't leave me, but it didn't move closer either. It just stood there, watching me, silent and still. I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off it, and then I turned and ran. I didn't look back as I bolted into the cabin, slamming the door behind me. My heart was racing, and my hands were shaking as I locked the door. I stood there, breathing heavily, my mind spinning with panic. What the hell had I just seen? I grabbed my things, throwing them into the bag without any real thought. I had to leave. I wasn't staying here another minute. But as I reached for the door to leave, I heard something that froze me in place. It wasn't a scratch or a thud. It was the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, and growing louder. Someone, or something, was coming toward the cabin. The only option I had left was to run. I didn't care about my things or anything else. I bolted out the door, sprinting into the woods without any plan or direction. The footsteps behind me were still there, but I couldn't afford to look back. My breath was ragged, and the darkness closed in around me, but I pushed on, deeper into the forest. Eventually, after what felt like hours of running, I stumbled onto a road. I didn't know where I was, but I didn't care. I flagged down the first car that passed, and after what seemed like forever, they took me to the nearest town. I never went back to that cabin. I don't know what I saw that night or who or what was out there in the woods, but I'll never forget those eyes, and I'll never forget the feeling of being watched, not just by nature, but by something far worse. I needed to get away for a while. Too many things had been piling up. Work stress, city noise, endless responsibilities, and people, always people. I didn't want to talk to anyone or think about anything for a bit. Just quiet, fresh air, and time to myself. I had about 10 vacation days saved up, and I figured it was time to use them. No beach trips, no hotels. I didn't want to be around crowds. I looked for something remote and cheap and eventually found a listing for an off-grid cabin up in the mountains. Stone Ridge, about 4 hours north of where I lived. It wasn't anything fancy. The pictures showed a small wooden place, a bit worn out, with a stone chimney, surrounded by forest on all sides. No Wi-Fi, no cell service. Propane for cooking, solar for light, and a backup generator. Sounded perfect. I packed up my SUV with the basics: clothes, a cooler of food, a jerry can of gas, books, a lantern, my old hunting knife, just in case, and some tools. It was early October, so the weather was getting chilly, but I preferred that over the heat. I left early in the morning and made good time on the road. Once I passed the last gas station in town, the road turned into a gravel path that twisted through the trees. The deeper I went, the rougher it got, until I was crawling at barely 15 miles an hour. There were no signs, just the GPS dot slowly moving along a thin gray line on the screen, and even that went dead after a while. No signal. I kept going for maybe another 30 minutes until I saw it. An old wooden gate with a chain looped through the center. The chain wasn't locked, just hooked. I unhooked it, drove through, and closed it behind me. From there, a narrow dirt path led up a hill. The cabin sat on a flat patch of land halfway up Stone Ridge. Trees crowded thick around it, and the forest floor was blanketed with dry leaves. The place looked exactly like the pictures, maybe a bit more rundown in person. There were 2 steps leading up to a porch, a single door, and a small window on each side. No vehicles, no tire marks, no neighbors. I stood there for a while just listening. Nothing but the wind in the trees and the faint creak of the wooden boards under my feet. Inside was basic. One main room with a wood stove, a little table with 2 chairs, a narrow cot against the wall, a couple shelves, and a tiny kitchen area with a propane stove and sink connected to a rain barrel system. A second door led to a closet-sized bathroom with a composting toilet and another barrel for washing up. No shower, just a basin. A stack of chopped wood sat neatly near the stove, along with a few matches in a tin. I opened the windows to air the place out and started unloading the SUV. It didn't take long. By late afternoon, I had everything inside and organized. I boiled some water on the stove, made a cup of tea, and sat on the porch with a book, watching the sun drop behind the ridge. It got cold fast once the light faded. I went inside, lit the stove, and laid down on the cot in my sleeping bag. The forest went dead silent after dark. No crickets, no rustling, just complete stillness. I thought I'd have trouble sleeping in a new place, but I was out in minutes. The first few days were peaceful. I fell into a simple rhythm. Woke up with the sun, boiled water for coffee, chopped wood when needed, read, wrote in a notebook, hiked small trails around the area, and cooked simple meals. I hadn't seen or heard another person the whole time. It was exactly what I wanted. There was something pure about it, no noise, no distractions. I even stopped checking my watch. The days blended together in a good way. But around the 4th night, something changed. I woke up around 2 a.m. for no reason. I wasn't cold. I wasn't uncomfortable, but something had pulled me out of sleep. I laid there, listening. The fire in the stove had gone out, so the cabin was dead quiet. I heard it then, a soft, slow crunch outside, like footsteps on dry leaves. Just once, then nothing. I sat up, listening harder. Nothing moved. I told myself it was probably a deer. There were supposed to be a lot of them around here. Maybe even a bear, though bears usually made more noise. Still, I grabbed the knife from my bag and held it as I sat in the dark. After about 20 minutes with no other sounds, I finally lay back down. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. In the morning, I walked around the cabin, checking the ground. The forest floor was so covered with leaves that it was hard to tell if anything had walked through. I didn't see any clear prints. I tried to shake off the nerves, but I couldn't deny the feeling. Something had been close, too close. That day, I went on a longer hike to take my mind off it. There was a rough trail that led up toward the ridge and circled back around. Took me about 3 hours. I didn't see any animals, but I did notice something strange on the way back. Near the trail, maybe 50 feet off, there was a small pile of rocks, stacked deliberately. 3 or 4 stones balanced on top of each other. Didn't look like a natural formation. I hadn't noticed it the first time through. Someone had placed it there. I stood staring at it for a while. It didn't mean anything, maybe, but it felt out of place. I didn't go over to it, just kept walking. That night, I made sure the fire stayed lit. I also placed one of the chairs against the front door as a makeshift alarm. If anyone tried to come in, it would fall and make noise. I locked the door and sat for a long time with the lantern on. Eventually, I turned it off and got into the cot. I must have dozed off around midnight. I woke up again, the same time, middle of the night. But this time, I heard something more than just a crunch. It was a soft, dragging sound, like someone pulling something across the porch. I froze, sitting upright. My hand went for the knife again. The dragging stopped. Then came a light tap, like a fingernail against the door. Just once. Then silence. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. My heart pounded so loud I was afraid whoever was outside could hear it. I waited. Minutes passed. Nothing else happened. Eventually, I crawled out of bed, crept to the door, and leaned close. Total silence outside. I didn't open it. I stayed up until dawn, staring at the window. In the daylight, everything looked normal. But when I stepped onto the porch, I saw it. Scratch marks on the wood near the door. Not deep, just faint lines like someone had dragged a stick or maybe a knife across the surface. I checked the woods again, walked out about 20 yards in every direction. Nothing. No tracks. No broken branches. Just trees and silence. I went back in and locked the door. The peaceful feeling was gone. I still had 4 days left, but I didn't feel right anymore. I didn't want to overreact, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone was watching me. I considered leaving early, but part of me didn't want to let fear decide. I was angry at myself for being spooked. I stayed, but I kept the knife on me all the time now. At night, I kept the fire going and stayed awake as long as I could, dozing off only when I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. On the 6th day, I went for another hike, sticking to the same trail. I walked slowly, listening for anything. When I got to the spot with the stacked rocks, I froze. They were gone. The pile had been knocked over or removed. No sign it had ever been there, just bare dirt. I stood there for a long time, looking around, trying to spot anything. Then I noticed something off to the side, behind a tree, a piece of white cloth. I walked over and found it stuck to a branch, like someone had brushed past it. It looked like a torn bit of a shirt or jacket. No way to know how long it had been there, but it didn't look weathered. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the lantern on and sat in the chair with the knife on my lap, eyes on the door. Around 3 a.m., I heard something again. This time it was footsteps, definite, slow footsteps circling the cabin. 1 round, 2 rounds. Then they stopped near the window. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I heard a faint breathing, just breathing. Then it was gone. I stayed in that chair until the sun came up. On the last morning, I decided I wasn't staying another night. I packed everything fast, shoved it into the SUV, and didn't even eat breakfast. I checked around the cabin one last time and noticed something that stopped me cold. Near the back of the cabin, on the ground, was a boot print, clear as day. A man's boot. It hadn't been there the day before. It was fresh. I got in the SUV and drove out, bouncing down the dirt path, heart racing. When I reached the gate, I stopped and got out to move the chain back across. That's when I saw it. Nailed to the inside of the wooden gate was a small piece of cardboard. It hadn't been there when I arrived. Written in black marker were the words, "You shouldn't stay here alone." That was it. No name, no other message. I didn't stop driving until I got back to the city. Once I was home, I locked every door and window and sat on the couch in silence. I thought about going to the police, but what would I say? I've never been the type who believes that just because something is old and isolated, it's automatically dangerous. I grew up in the country. I've hunted, camped, fixed up barns, slept in cars during snowstorms, and spent whole weekends out in the woods. So when my coworker offered me his uncle's old hunting cabin for a weekend, I didn't even hesitate. I had time off saved up, and I'd been needing to clear my head. Work was eating me alive, and I hadn't been sleeping much. I figured a few days alone with no cell service, just trees and quiet, would be good for me. So I packed up my truck with some gear, cooler full of food, some tools, hunting rifle just in case, a couple of sleeping bags, and my old boots, and headed out. The cabin was up in the mountains in northern Idaho, not far from a trailhead I'd used before. My coworker said it hadn't been used much in recent years, but it was still standing and still had a wood stove that worked. No electricity, no running water, just 4 walls and a roof. That was all I needed. The drive took longer than I expected. Paved roads turned into gravel, then gravel into dirt, and then I had to inch along narrow switchbacks for about 20 miles. By the time I got close, the sun was already starting to dip. I found the overgrown trail that led to the cabin, but I had to park the truck at the base of the hill and hike in the last half mile. The cabin looked like it hadn't seen a person in years. It was leaning slightly to one side, the logs weathered silver. The front porch sagged in the middle, and there was moss growing up the lower walls. But the door was still on its hinges, and when I pushed it open, I found a small room with a wood stove, a dusty table, a couple of chairs, and a bunk bed with an old mattress. There were no signs of animals inside. No droppings, no nests, nothing. That surprised me. Usually a place like this gets taken over by rodents or raccoons, but this one was clean. Cold and stale smelling, but clean. I dropped my pack and opened a window to air it out, then started a fire in the stove with some kindling I found in a rusted bucket by the wall. There was a stack of firewood under a tarp outside. Once I got a small fire going, I sat back and listened to the woods around me. No cars, no planes, just wind and trees. That first night was quiet. I heated up some canned chili on the stove, ate in silence, and then rolled out my sleeping bag on the bottom bunk. I left the fire burning low and cracked the window open for air. I remember thinking that it felt almost too quiet, like I had headphones on and the world was muted. But I figured it was just the contrast from the city noise I was used to. The next morning, I woke up early and stepped outside with a cup of instant coffee. The fog was thick in the trees, the kind that clings low and cold, soaking your clothes in minutes. I wandered a bit behind the cabin and found an old path leading toward the ridge. Looked like a game trail, maybe used by deer. I followed it a little ways before turning back. I wasn't planning on hiking that day. I wanted to get the cabin more comfortable, maybe chop some firewood and clear the brush. The weird stuff didn't start until later that afternoon. I was stacking split logs near the side of the cabin when I heard a loud crack from the woods up behind me. Not like a branch snapping underfoot, but like a tree limb breaking clean off. I froze and looked toward the sound. Nothing. No birds flew. No movement. I waited a few minutes, staring into the trees, but saw nothing. Eventually, I shrugged it off and kept working. About an hour later, I heard something again. This time it was closer, still behind the cabin, but maybe 50 yards into the woods. Another sharp crack, followed by a thud. I grabbed my rifle and walked a little way up the slope. I didn't see anything out of place. No downed branches, no tracks, just silence again. When I came back to the cabin, I saw that my axe was gone. I stood there staring at the stump I'd been using. The axe had been leaning against it when I went up the hill. I was sure of it. I looked all around, thinking maybe I knocked it over without noticing. But it was gone. I checked around the cabin. No signs of anyone. Nothing disturbed. I even walked the whole perimeter twice, rifle in hand, listening. Still nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself maybe I'd carried it somewhere and forgot. Or maybe it slipped down into the brush and I'd find it later. I didn't want to admit I was rattled, but I was. That night, I locked the cabin door and pushed the table in front of it, just in case. I kept the fire going and laid with my rifle on the bunk next to me. I listened hard to the sounds outside. At one point, just after midnight, I heard faint footsteps on the porch. They weren't animal sounds. It was slow, heavy pacing. 3 steps, then a pause, then 3 more, then nothing. I didn't move. I just laid there, staring at the ceiling, barely breathing. I didn't hear the door move, didn't hear the steps go away, just silence again. After a while, I must have drifted off from pure exhaustion. In the morning, I opened the door slowly and stepped out. The dirt around the porch was disturbed. Not clearly, but just enough that it looked wrong, like someone had dragged a boot through the mud. I followed the marks around the side of the cabin, but they faded after a few feet. I found the axe stuck in the tree behind the cabin. It had been buried into the trunk up to the handle. No way I did that by accident. Someone had to do that on purpose. And not just casually, they had to swing hard. I pulled it out and brought it inside. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't leave that day. I probably should have. I told myself maybe it was some local messing with me. A hunter, maybe trying to spook me off his turf. Or maybe just a prank. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I looked out the window, I thought I saw something move in the trees, just quick enough to make me question if I'd really seen it. That night, I barely slept. I kept the fire burning high and sat up in one of the chairs, facing the door. I didn't hear anything for hours, and then, sometime close to dawn, I heard the same footsteps again. Only this time they circled the cabin. Slow, deliberate pacing crunching through the brush. Then a long silence. Then a knock on the back wall. Just one knock, like a fist on wood. I didn't move. I just held my rifle tight and stared at the door. When the sun came up, I stepped outside again. The dirt was disturbed, same as before. I walked a few yards into the woods behind the cabin and saw deep prints in the soft ground. Definitely boots. Not mine. I followed them for about 20 feet until they vanished at the edge of a steep drop-off. Like whoever it was just walked into thin air. I looked all around, but the trail didn't pick up anywhere. It was like they just stopped walking. That was when I decided to leave. I packed up everything as fast as I could. I hauled it down to my truck and got the engine going. But when I backed out onto the trail, I saw something hanging from a tree at the edge of the woods. It was a small wooden carving. Looked like a man with no face, maybe 4 inches tall, hanging by a bit of twine. It hadn't been there when I arrived. I stared at it for a long time before getting out and cutting it down. I tossed it into the bed of the truck and drove off without looking back. I didn't stop until I hit the nearest town, about 40 miles away. I checked into a motel and slept for 12 hours straight. The next morning, I checked the back of the truck. The carving was gone. I called my coworker that afternoon and told him what happened. He sounded uncomfortable, said his uncle had stopped using the cabin after someone broke in a few years back. He didn't know the details, just said the guy was shaken up and never went back. I didn't press it. A few weeks later, I did some digging. I found an old news article from the 90s about a man who'd gone missing in that same area. Supposedly, he was a local hunter. They never found his body, but his truck was parked near the trail. There were no signs of struggle, no signs of animals, just gone. Another article from 2004 said 2 hikers had disappeared from that region, same general area. No clues. Their gear was found in a clearing a mile from where I'd been. No footprints, no blood, just gone. I never went back to that cabin. I don't plan to. I don't know who or what was out there, but I know it wasn't some random drifter or prankster. It was someone who'd been watching that place for a long time. Someone who knew how to move quietly in the woods. Someone who wanted me gone. And I'm lucky I got out when I did. I never thought I'd find myself here, alone in this old, isolated cabin deep in the woods. It was supposed to be a peaceful retreat, a break from everything. The noise, the rush, the endless expectations. I needed some space to think, to breathe without anyone looking over my shoulder. A friend had told me about it, an old family cabin that had been passed down through generations, far away from any civilization. It sounded perfect. I drove out here last night, just as the sun was setting. I knew it was going to be dark by the time I arrived, but that didn't bother me. I was used to the quiet, the solitude. I thought it would be nice to have a few days where I didn't hear a single car pass by or see any light pollution, just stars. But when I finally reached the cabin, the first thing that hit me was the silence. There was no hum of electricity, no noise of neighbors, no sound at all. Just the breeze moving through the trees and the occasional rustling of leaves. The cabin itself looked like something straight out of a movie. Rustic, with wood logs for walls, a steep roof covered in moss, and a wide porch with rocking chairs that squeaked in the wind. The windows were dark, almost like they hadn't been cleaned in ages. I shrugged it off. It was supposed to feel old. That's part of the charm, right? Inside, it was exactly what I expected, cozy, but worn down. The wood floors creaked under my feet. The furniture was heavy and outdated, and there was a faint smell of pine mixed with something musty, like the place hadn't been aired out properly. Still, it felt welcoming. There was a fireplace in the living room and a small kitchen area with a rusty stove. The one thing that caught my attention was the old armchair by the window, facing the woods. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. I unpacked my bags, set my things down, and started a fire in the fireplace. As the warmth spread through the cabin, I felt a sense of relief, like the weight of the world was melting away. I had no schedule, no responsibilities, just the next few days to do whatever I wanted. The first night passed quietly. I ate a quick dinner, read a book by the fire, and then went to bed early, eager to enjoy the stillness of the night. But it wasn't long before I realized something was wrong. Hashtag something's out there. The first odd thing happened around midnight. I woke up suddenly, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I wasn't sure what had caused me to wake, but something felt off. The cabin was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the fire still smoldering in the hearth. I sat up in bed, straining my ears for any sound. Nothing, not even the wind. Then I heard it, a soft, scraping noise, like something dragging across the floor, came from the other side of the cabin, near the kitchen. My heart raced. I didn't move. I just listened, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. Maybe a branch brushing against the cabin, or an animal outside. But then it happened again, closer this time, as if whatever it was had moved through the cabin. I reached for my phone, but the signal was spotty, and it wasn't enough to call anyone. I wasn't even sure who I'd call. It was just me here. I thought about grabbing a flashlight, but something told me I didn't want to shine a light into the darkness. Not yet. Instead, I grabbed the old, heavy iron poker from beside the fireplace, just in case. Then I slowly, carefully, made my way out of the bedroom and into the hallway. The floorboards creaked with every step. I tried to make as little noise as possible, my eyes darting to the windows, which were pitch black. I could barely make out the shapes of the furniture in the dark, but I could feel that something was watching me, waiting. The air in the cabin felt thick, charged somehow. I couldn't explain it, but my instincts told me to be careful. I reached the kitchen doorway, and that's when I saw it. There, in the middle of the room, was a chair. Not one of the ones I had seen when I first entered, but a different one. A small wooden chair that had been placed right in the middle of the floor. I was sure it wasn't there when I went to bed. I would have noticed it. I took a slow step toward it, my hand tightening around the poker. I moved closer, but as I got within arm's reach, something caught my eye. A shadow, moving just outside the window. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I hadn't heard anything, no footsteps, no rustling of branches, but there was definitely something out there, something or someone. I couldn't see it clearly, but I could feel the presence. Without thinking, I rushed back into the bedroom, slamming the door behind me. My heart pounded in my chest. I sat on the bed, gripping the poker so tightly my knuckles turned white, listening to the silence that followed. Minutes passed, but nothing happened. The shadow outside was gone, and the scraping noise had stopped. The cabin was as still as it had been when I first arrived. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that I had overreacted. Maybe it was just an animal, a raccoon or a deer, something that had wandered too close. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. Something wasn't right about this place, and I had a sinking feeling that I wasn't alone. ####, the hours ticked by. The night dragged on and I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, my eyes wide open, staring at the dark ceiling. The fire had burned down to embers, and the cold air of the cabin made me shiver. My thoughts raced, trying to figure out what had happened. Maybe it was just the isolation, messing with my mind. Maybe it was all in my head. But deep inside, I knew it wasn't. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside the cabin. Felt like a different world. The air was crisp, fresh, and clean, the kind of morning that made you feel alive. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still off. I decided to go outside to clear my head. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows over the forest as I stepped out onto the porch. The forest around the cabin was dense, the trees so thick that the sunlight barely reached the ground. It was beautiful in a way, but unsettling. I felt like I was being watched. I spent most of the morning exploring the area around the cabin. There were no trails, just thick brush and undergrowth, and the further I walked, the more I felt like I was being drawn deeper into the woods. It was easy to lose track of time. I hadn't realized how far I'd gone until I noticed the faint scent of something burning. I turned back toward the cabin and froze. There, standing just outside the doorway, was a figure. It was tall, shrouded in shadow, almost blending with the trees behind it. My heart skipped a beat. I couldn't make out any details, but the figure was unmistakable. It was there and it was watching me. I turned on my heel and ran. ###, the final escape. I don't know how long I ran. Felt like hours, but it was probably only a few minutes. I didn't stop, not even when I heard footsteps behind me, following my every move. The trees seemed to close in, the shadows growing longer and darker with every step. I could feel my lungs burning, my legs aching, but I couldn't stop. Not yet. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw the clearing up ahead. The road, my car. I sprinted toward it, not looking back, not daring to. I reached the car, fumbled with the keys, and slammed the door shut as soon as I was inside. I started the engine, my hands shaking, and I peeled out of there, the tires screeching on the gravel road as I left the cabin behind. As I drove, the weight on my chest started to lift. The feeling of being watched, the unease. It was all fading, like a bad dream slipping away with the morning light. I didn't look back. I didn't care what I had left behind. I just needed to get as far away from that cabin as possible. The woods grew thinner, and soon I was back on the main highway, the sound of traffic and the hum of the road comforting in its normalcy. It wasn't until I was nearly an hour away from the cabin that I finally allowed myself to breathe. I never went back. I had no plans to go anywhere that summer. I was burned out from work, tired of emails, tired of my phone ringing every 5 minutes, and just done with people in general. I needed somewhere quiet, away from everything. A friend of mine had a small log cabin up in the mountains of northern Idaho. He used it mostly during hunting season, but it sat empty the rest of the year. When I asked him if I could borrow it for a week, he said sure, just bring my own food, clean up after myself, and don't break anything. Simple enough. The drive up there took about 7 hours. The last hour was on a dirt road full of potholes and sharp curves. My SUV bounced around the entire time, and there was no cell service for the last 30 miles. It was perfect. Total isolation. Trees everywhere. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. It was quiet in that deep, heavy way that made my ears ring a little. I didn't realize how loud cities were until I didn't hear them anymore. The cabin itself was old but solid. Hand-built by my friend's grandfather, it had a tin roof, thick logs for walls, and a stone chimney. No electricity, no plumbing, just an outhouse 50 yards away through the trees and a small hand pump for water. There was a wood stove inside, a cot with a sleeping bag already set up, and shelves lined with canned goods, coffee, beans, rice, basic stuff. A few mouse traps too. No frills, but it felt safe. Real. I got there in the early afternoon, unloaded my cooler, and set everything up inside. I chopped some wood, started a small fire in the stove even though it was warm out, just to make the place feel more alive. That night, I ate a can of chili by candlelight and listened to the wind in the trees. Slept like a rock. The next few days passed slow and quiet. I hiked some trails, sat by the lake a mile out, read books I'd been meaning to get to for years. I didn't see a single person. It was everything I needed. Each night I went to bed tired, but in that good kind of way, with my head clear and my body sore from walking. I didn't think about work at all. It was on the fourth morning that I noticed something strange. I had gone down the narrow path that led out behind the cabin, the one that followed a small creek. I was maybe 2 miles out, deep in the woods, when I saw the first boot print. It was fresh. I knew that because it hadn't rained in days and the edges were sharp. A deep heel, wide toe box, clearly from a heavy boot, bigger than mine. I stood there looking at it for a while, thinking maybe it was just old, but the soil was still soft from the morning dew. Whoever made it had been there recently. I figured maybe a hunter was scouting early or some other hiker had passed through. It didn't bother me too much. I kept walking, but then I started noticing more of them. They weren't heading in a straight line. They zigzagged off the path, sometimes doubled back, like the person was either lost or looking for something. A few broken branches, disturbed underbrush. I even found a torn piece of cloth. Black, synthetic, looked like it came from a jacket. I picked it up, looked at it, then dropped it. Felt uneasy for the first time since I got there. I turned back not long after that. Didn't want to be too far from the cabin if someone else was out here and lost. I didn't see anyone on the way back. No sound of footsteps, no voices, just the wind and the birds. That night, I kept the fire going longer than usual. I didn't read, just sat by the window and watched the woods. Every now and then I thought I heard a twig snap outside, but it could have been anything. A raccoon, deer, my mind playing tricks. The next day, I hiked in the other direction, away from the boot prints. I still felt off, but I didn't want to waste the day sitting inside. I made sure to carry my knife on my belt and brought my bear spray just in case. I didn't see anything unusual that day, but when I got back to the cabin, something was different. The small pile of kindling I had stacked beside the door was knocked over. Not just scattered, but like someone had kicked it or stepped on it. The little wood pieces were crushed flat in places. My firewood stack had a piece missing from the top, something I'd placed there that morning. I always remembered how I stacked it, because I was being neat on purpose. I looked around the cabin. The door was still locked. No windows were broken. Nothing inside was missing or moved. Felt the same. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me. That night, I barely slept. Every sound felt like footsteps. I kept sitting up in bed and holding my breath, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard what I thought was movement outside, like a shuffle through dry leaves. I got up and peeked through the curtains. Couldn't see anything, just darkness and shadows. I didn't go outside. By the 6th day, I was done pretending it was nothing. I didn't hike. I stayed close to the cabin, cleaned my knife, loaded the flare gun my friend had left behind for emergencies, and kept it on the table. I walked around the perimeter of the cabin, looked for any signs of recent activity. Near the outhouse, I found another boot print. Same size, same tread, pointing toward the cabin. That night, I pushed a chair under the doorknob, even though the door had a strong bolt. I placed a pan on top of it so if the door moved, it'd fall and make noise. I stacked cans near the window ledge too, like makeshift alarms. I felt stupid doing it, but not doing it felt worse. I didn't sleep at all that night, just lay on the cot staring at the ceiling. At one point, just before dawn, I heard movement outside again. Slow footsteps, leaves crunching. Then they stopped. Dead silence. I waited. A minute passed. Then two. Then the soft tap of something brushing against the side of the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I gripped my knife so tight my fingers went numb. I wanted to believe it was an animal, a branch, but deep down I knew it wasn't. I waited until full light before I stepped outside. There were fresh prints in the dirt about 10 feet from the door. Same boot tread. They stopped near the wall, turned, and walked back into the woods. That was it. I was done. I packed everything as fast as I could. Stuffed food back into the cooler, rolled up my sleeping bag, poured out the water buckets. Took one last look around to make sure I wasn't leaving anything behind. But right as I was locking the door, I noticed something nailed into the side of the cabin. It was a piece of wood, thin, flat, maybe from an old fence post. Someone had scratched into it with a knife or something sharp. The marks were rough, uneven. It said, "I see you." That's when my chest went tight. My ears rang. I actually stepped back and nearly dropped the keys. Someone had come that close to the cabin. Close enough to write that, to hammer it into the wall. While I was inside, I didn't even stop to breathe. I got in my SUV, started it, and drove without looking back. I didn't care about the road. I hit potholes, scraped branches, bottomed out twice, but I didn't stop. Not until I hit pavement again. Not until my phone finally got a signal and I saw bars light up. I called my friend first, told him everything. He believed me right away, said it wasn't the first time someone mentioned strange things near the cabin. He never told me before because he thought it was just backwoods weirdos or hikers getting spooked. I filed a report with the local sheriff when I got back. Showed them pictures of the boot prints, the writing on the wood. They went out there a few days later. Said they didn't find anything. No sign of squatters, no footprints. Nothing carved into the cabin anymore. Whoever it was, they were long gone. I haven't been back since. I don't know who that person was or what they wanted. Maybe just someone living off the grid, trying to scare people off. Maybe worse. I'll never know. But I think about that cabin a lot now. The quiet, the stillness, the way it felt perfect at first. And how fast that changed once I realized I wasn't alone out there. It wasn't ghosts or anything like that. Just a person. Someone who didn't want me there. Someone who watched me every day, close enough to touch the walls of the place I was sleeping in. That kind of fear stays with you. Even now, sometimes when I'm in my apartment, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and just stare at the door, listening for that soft crunch of footsteps outside. But I never hear it. Not yet, anyway. It had been a long week, and the thought of getting away to a cabin in the woods seemed like the perfect escape. My boss had been on my back for months. The stress had been piling up, and I was desperate for some peace and quiet. I found a place, isolated, far from the chaos of town. Just me and the woods. I drove out early on a Friday morning, the car loaded with food, clothes, and supplies. The road to the cabin was narrow, winding through dense trees and thick underbrush. I'd heard it was a bit of a trek, but the directions were clear enough. I didn't mind the drive. In fact, it added to the feeling of getting away from everything. My phone had no signal out here, which was exactly what I wanted. Just me, nature, and the silence. The cabin came into view after about 2 hours of driving. It was small, rustic, made of weathered logs, tucked back in a clearing surrounded by trees. The front porch had a few rocking chairs, a little table, and a swing hanging from the rafters. Everything looked like it belonged there, like it had been part of the land for years. I parked the car and unloaded my things, heading inside. The cabin smelled like wood and pine, a comforting, earthy scent. There was a small stone fireplace in the living room, a kitchenette, and a wooden dining table. A staircase led up to a loft area with a bed, and there was a small bathroom off to the side. It was basic, but it was exactly what I needed. Simple, peaceful. I unpacked, made myself a cup of coffee, and sat on the porch for a while, taking in the view. The sun was starting to set, casting an orange glow over the trees. The air was cool and fresh. There were no cars, no noise, just the wind rustling through the leaves and the occasional bird calling in the distance. That night, I cooked a simple dinner, listened to the crackle of the fire, and settled in. The cabin was cozy, and I felt a sense of relief wash over me. For the first time in months, I could feel myself start to unwind. Around midnight, I went outside to get some fresh air. The moon was full, casting pale light over the landscape. The woods felt alive in a way that was both comforting and slightly unsettling. I walked out a little farther from the cabin, just enjoying the silence. But then, something caught my attention. I couldn't quite put my finger on it at first, but there was a strange feeling in the air. It wasn't the usual peaceful stillness of the night. The wind had stopped, and the air felt heavy, almost thick. A chill crept down my spine, and I glanced around, thinking I had imagined it. There was nothing, just the trees, the moonlight, and the cabin behind me. But then I heard something, a faint rustling coming from the woods. I froze, my heart beating faster. It sounded like someone, or something, was moving through the underbrush. The noise was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be an animal. It was too controlled. I slowly turned and made my way back to the cabin, my pulse quickening. As I reached the door, I stopped for a moment, listening. The rustling had stopped. Everything was still again. I shook my head, telling myself it was just my imagination. I was alone out here in the middle of nowhere. There was nothing to be afraid of. Inside, I locked the door and made sure all the windows were secure. I didn't feel like taking any chances. I went to bed, trying to push the unease out of my mind. But I didn't sleep well. The weight of that strange feeling hung over me, even in the darkness of the cabin. The next morning, I woke up early, hoping a new day would help me shake off the feeling of unease. The sun was rising, and the cabin looked even more inviting in the morning light. I had a quick breakfast, grabbed my backpack, and decided to explore the woods around the cabin. I needed to get out and clear my head. The woods were quiet. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional chirp of a bird. I followed a narrow trail that wound deeper into the trees, breathing in the fresh air. It was peaceful, just as I had hoped. For a while, I was able to forget about the strange feeling from last night. But then I found something. It was a small, weathered structure, half hidden by the overgrown foliage. At first, I thought it was an old shed or some kind of storage building. But as I got closer, I realized it was much older than that. The wood was dark and rotting, and the door was slightly ajar. I hesitated, feeling a sudden wave of discomfort. I shouldn't be here, I thought. I should turn around and go back to the cabin. But curiosity got the better of me. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was empty, except for dust and debris. The walls were lined with old shelves, and there was a single rusted tool on the floor. Nothing special. But then, I saw something strange in the far corner. A small wooden box, half buried under a pile of leaves and dirt. I knelt down and pulled it out, brushing away the grime. It was old, its wood cracked and faded, with strange markings etched into the surface. I could feel a chill run through me as I stared at it. I didn't open it. I don't know why. Maybe I was afraid of what I would find, or maybe I just felt like it didn't belong to me. I set the box back where I found it and stood up, wiping my hands on my pants. When I turned to leave, I noticed something else. The trail I had followed was no longer visible. The trees were denser here, and the path I had taken seemed to have disappeared. I felt a rush of panic. Had I really gone that far off course? I retraced my steps, but the trail was gone. The woods seemed to stretch on in every direction, an endless sea of trees. I walked for what felt like hours, but I couldn't find my way back. The sun was beginning to dip behind the trees, and I knew I needed to get back before it got dark. But the woods were disorienting. Every turn felt wrong, and no matter which way I went, I only found more trees and thick underbrush. The panic set in harder now. My breathing became shallow, my heart racing. I was lost. As the evening wore on, I realized I wasn't just lost. I was being followed. I could hear someone moving through the woods behind me. It wasn't just the rustle of leaves or the scurrying of animals. It was footsteps, slow and deliberate, keeping pace with me. I quickened my step, but the sound grew closer. I glanced over my shoulder, but there was nothing. I don't know how long I wandered, but eventually, I stumbled onto a clearing. The light was fading fast, and I was desperate. I looked around, trying to figure out where I was, when I spotted the cabin in the distance, nestled among the trees. I ran. I didn't stop until I was back inside the cabin, heart pounding in my chest. I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, trying to catch my breath. The strange feeling from the night before had returned, stronger now. The air in the cabin felt thick, like something was pressing in from all sides. I spent the night in a fit of restlessness, jumping at every sound, convinced that something was out there, watching. I barely slept, and when the sun finally rose, I packed up my things and left. I didn't care about the peace I had come for. I just needed to get away from that place. As I drove down the winding road, I looked back at the woods. The cabin was barely visible through the trees, but something about it felt different, like it was watching me leave. I haven't been back since. I don't think I ever will. I thought it would be a simple getaway, a weekend to relax, get away from the noise of everyday life. I had always loved the idea of being out in nature, in a place where the only sounds were the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the occasional bird call. But I didn't realize just how much isolation could feel like a weight. It started with the cabin, a small, rustic building tucked away in the woods, about a 2-hour drive from the nearest town. It was supposed to be perfect. The pictures online made it look cozy, like something straight out of a magazine. A fireplace, a porch that looked out over a lake, and trees surrounding it, giving it that sense of seclusion I thought I wanted. The drive was long, and by the time I turned down the narrow gravel path leading to the cabin, I was tired. I pulled the car up the steep, overgrown driveway, the tires crunching on the gravel. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. There was something strangely peaceful about the place. If you could ignore the faint smell of damp wood in the air and the way the trees crowded so close together, blocking out most of the sunlight. I grabbed my bag, stepped out of the car, and walked up to the porch. The door was slightly ajar, and I pushed it open. Inside, it was just as the pictures promised. Wooden beams across the ceiling, a stone fireplace that looked like it had never been used, and furniture that looked comfortable enough. The air smelled faintly of pine and something old, but it wasn't unpleasant. I set my things down and started to unpack, settling in for what I thought would be a peaceful weekend. It was quiet, too quiet. There was no sound of wildlife or anything moving outside. The kind of silence that presses down on you, making you feel like you're the only person in the world. It wasn't long before that silence started to feel strange. As I explored the cabin, I noticed a few things that seemed off. There were old, faded photographs hanging on the walls, black and white images of people I didn't recognize. They were framed in dusty, chipped frames. Some of them were of families, others were of groups of men standing together in what looked like a hunting party. The faces were worn, the details blurry. But what caught my attention most was the one photo on the mantel above the fireplace. It was a picture of the cabin, taken from the exact spot where I was standing. But in the photo, it looked much older. The wood was darker, the trees around it taller, and there was something not quite right. A shadow, something I couldn't quite make out, lingered just beyond the cabin. I shook my head, dismissing the thought. It was just my imagination. I was tired and needed to get some rest. I decided to take a walk before dinner. I grabbed a jacket and stepped outside. The sun was setting, casting long, eerie shadows across the ground. The path that led to the lake was overgrown, but I figured it would be nice to see the water before dark. The walk was peaceful at first. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves beneath my feet and the occasional rustle of something in the woods. But as I walked further from the cabin, the air began to change. It grew colder, almost unnaturally so, and a strange fog started to roll in, swirling around the trees. It wasn't like the typical mist that comes off a lake in the evening. This was thick and dense, and it seemed to move in unnatural waves. I paused, looking around. The lake was still a few hundred feet away, but I couldn't see it through the fog. The trees were now just silhouettes, their outlines blurred in the haze. I felt a sense of unease creeping up my spine. Maybe it was the isolation, the fact that I was so far from civilization. But I had to admit to myself, I didn't like the feeling the place gave me. I turned to head back to the cabin, but as I did, I heard something. A soft crack, like a twig snapping underfoot. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make my heart race. I froze, straining my ears, trying to listen. There was nothing, just the fog and the rustling trees. Maybe it was an animal, I thought, trying to calm myself. I turned and started walking faster, moving back toward the cabin. But as I got closer, the sound came again. This time it was unmistakable. Something was moving through the woods, not far from me. My heart pounded in my chest. I turned to look, but the fog was too thick to see clearly. I picked up my pace, practically running back toward the cabin. But as I neared the porch, I felt a cold chill brush against the back of my neck, like someone was standing right behind me. I whipped around, but again, there was nothing. Just the fog, the trees, and the eerie silence. I slammed the door shut behind me and bolted it. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, the isolation making me paranoid. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Something wasn't right about this place. Inside, I tried to distract myself. I lit a fire in the fireplace, hoping the warmth and the crackling flames would calm my nerves. I grabbed a book from my bag, something to take my mind off things, but I couldn't focus. Every time I looked up, I felt like I was being watched. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed deeper, darker. The old photos on the walls seemed to stare at me. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every noise made me jump. Every creak of the cabin settling, every gust of wind outside. I kept my eyes fixed on the window, half expecting to see something moving outside, something standing just beyond the trees. But there was nothing, just the darkness, the oppressive, suffocating darkness. Around midnight, I heard something outside. It wasn't the usual sounds of animals or the wind. It was deliberate, slow footsteps, as though someone was walking around the cabin. I held my breath, listening, stopped, and I waited, straining to hear. But the footsteps didn't resume. Instead, there was something worse, an intense, unsettling silence. It was like the entire world had stopped breathing. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, listening to every creak and groan of the cabin, afraid that whatever was out there would come inside. The next morning, I didn't waste any time. I packed up my things, my hands shaking as I shoved clothes into my bag. I didn't even care about breakfast, I just needed to leave. I grabbed the keys, rushed to the door, and opened it, only to stop dead in my tracks. The entire porch was covered in footprints. Fresh ones. They circled the cabin, leading from one side to the other. I stepped outside cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked around, but there was no sign of anyone. The woods were still silent, just as they had been when I first arrived. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I got in the car and drove away, not looking back. The road was long, winding through thick woods, and I didn't slow down. I didn't care where I was going. I just needed to get away from that place. When I finally hit the main road, I could breathe again. The fog, the footprints, the feeling of being watched, they were all behind me. But I couldn't shake one thought from my mind. That photo on the mantle, the one with the shadow. That shadow, was it something I had seen in the woods? Something I'd felt following me? I didn't know. All I knew was that I would never go back to that cabin again. I didn't grow up with money. I wasn't poor, but trips and vacations weren't something we really did when I was a kid. So as an adult, anytime I get a chance to get away for a few days, I take it. That's how I ended up renting a small cabin in northern Minnesota at the edge of Chippewa National Forest. It wasn't a popular rental, and I think that's what drew me to it. I didn't want neighbors, traffic, or even a signal on my phone. I just wanted to be alone in the woods, maybe go fishing, maybe hike a little, and just let myself breathe without the weight of daily stress. The listing was simple: 1-bedroom log cabin with stove, solar power for basic lighting, and a small gas-powered fridge. No TV, no Wi-Fi. The pictures looked good, and the reviews were sparse but decent. It sat near a small, unused Forest Service road about 3 miles off the highway. One reviewer mentioned that the road could be rough, especially after rain, so I made sure to bring my SUV instead of my old sedan. I got there on a Tuesday in early October, right when the leaves had turned but before it got too cold. The trees looked like they were on fire. Deep reds, bright yellows, burnt orange all around me. The air was cold but dry, and everything smelled like pine needles and old leaves. The drive down the Forest Service road was bumpy as hell. At one point, I thought I was going to bottom out on a big rock, but I made it. The cabin looked better than I expected. It was small, just one main room with a wood stove, a table, a small kitchenette, and a bed off in the corner. There was also a short hallway that led to a bathroom with a composting toilet and a shower powered by gravity-fed rainwater. Rustic, but it worked. There was a shed out back with a pile of chopped wood, an axe, and some tools. Next to it was a little trail that led off into the trees. There was no cell signal. That didn't bother me. I let a couple of people know where I was going before I left, and I brought an emergency beacon that could send a GPS signal if I got into serious trouble. I wasn't worried. This was supposed to be peaceful, and for the first day it was. I made a small fire in the stove that night, ate a canned stew I'd brought, and sat on the porch with a blanket over my legs, just listening to the wind through the trees. I slept like a rock. The next morning, I woke up early and made instant coffee with the old propane burner. I wanted to explore the trail behind the cabin, so I packed a small bag with water, snacks, and a knife. The trail wasn't marked, but it was worn enough to follow. It looked like it had been used at one point, maybe for logging or hunting, but it had clearly been abandoned for a while. I walked for about 2 hours. The trail sloped downhill for the first mile, then started to wind around a small creek. I stopped to take a drink and sat on a rock, watching the water bubble past. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that's so deep it almost makes your ears ring. On the way back, I noticed something strange. About halfway up the hill, off to the left of the trail, there was a narrow side path I hadn't seen before. It wasn't obvious. The only reason I noticed it was because of an old boot print in the soft mud just at the edge. The print looked fresh, like really fresh. It hadn't rained in a couple of days, but the mud here was still soft from the nearby creek, and the edges of the print were clean and sharp. I stood there for a long minute, just staring at it. It was a man's print, maybe a size 11 or 12. The heel was deep, like the person had been carrying weight. I don't know what it was about that print, but it put me on edge. It wasn't that I thought I was alone. Plenty of hunters use forests like this, especially in the fall, but it just felt wrong. I don't know how else to say it. I left the side path alone and headed back to the cabin. The rest of the day went fine. I chopped some wood, read a book, and made pasta on the stove. That night, I heard coyotes yipping in the distance. It was comforting in a weird way. Wildlife is normal. Coyotes don't scare me. The next day was when things started to go weird. I went back out on the trail, mostly to prove to myself that I wasn't being paranoid about that footprint. I walked the same path, stopped at the creek again, and then went back up. When I reached the spot where I'd seen the print, it was still there. But now there were more. 3 more prints, deeper into the woods, all headed down that side path. I followed them this time. I don't really know why. Maybe I wanted to see if someone was camping nearby, or maybe I just wanted to get rid of the bad feeling in my stomach. The path was narrow, almost overgrown, and twisted through thick pine trees. After about 15 minutes, I came to a small clearing. In the middle of the clearing was a tent. It wasn't a modern tent. It was old. Canvas, maybe army surplus. Greenish-brown, stained, and sagging a little. There was a small fire ring nearby, cold and dead, with bits of ash scattered around it. A few empty cans were stacked next to a rock, beans, corn, Spam. I stood at the edge of the clearing for a long time, just staring. There was no sign of anyone, no movement, no sound. I called out, just a loud hello, but nothing answered. I didn't want to go any closer. Something about it just felt off. The way the tent was sitting, like it had been there for a while but not long enough to rot. The cans were new, but there was no pack, no sleeping bag, no gear. Just the tent and the fire ring and the trash. I turned around and walked back to the cabin. Fast. I kept telling myself someone was just camping out there. Maybe illegally, maybe not. Maybe they were hunting or hiding from something or someone. But something deep in my gut kept twisting. That night, I locked the cabin door and closed the curtains. I sat in bed with my knife under my pillow. I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I found tracks around the cabin. Boot prints again. Same size, same tread. They circled the cabin once. Not close, maybe 10 feet from the walls, but all the way around. Like someone had walked a slow circle around it in the middle of the night. I looked around for other tracks, but there were none. No car tires, no bike. Just boots. One pair. I packed my bag. I wasn't ready to leave, but I needed to be ready in case something else happened. I set up a small alarm on the front door, a can of coins hanging from a string so I'd hear if someone opened it. I kept the knife with me all day, even while chopping wood. That evening, just before dark, I heard something. Not coyotes, not birds. This was footsteps, crunching through leaves. Slow, deliberate. I turned off the lights and crouched by the window. I couldn't see anything. The trees were too thick, and it was already getting dark. But I could hear the footsteps circling again, just like the prints I saw that morning. One full circle, then silence. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the chair by the wood stove, knife in hand, trying not to breathe too loud. To first light, I went outside. There were more prints, the same boot prints, but this time they led to the back of the cabin. And there, under the window, was a cigarette butt, still fresh, still warm when I touched it. That's when I decided to leave. I threw my bag in the car, locked up the cabin, and started down the forest road. My hands were shaking. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone step out into the road behind me. But the road stayed empty. When I hit the highway, I drove straight to the nearest town, about 45 minutes south. I found a diner and sat there for 2 hours, just drinking coffee and watching people come and go. I needed to be around others. I needed to feel normal again. I reported what happened to the local sheriff. He listened, took notes, and said they'd check it out. I don't know if they ever did. I never went back to that cabin. I never even finished the rental period. I lost a few $100, but I didn't care. About a week later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. It was the sheriff. He said they went out to the cabin, looked around, and found the tent I mentioned. It was empty, just an old canvas tent with some cans. No ID, no sign of who owned it. But what stuck with me was what he said at the end. He said the tracks I'd described, they found those too, all around the cabin. But not just one set. There were two, one going around, and one coming closer, then stopping by the window, then nothing. No prints leaving, just stopping there, waiting. I've always been the type of person who needed to get away from the noise of daily life. The stress, the constant rush, it all felt like too much. That's why, when I found a small cabin rental deep in the woods, I jumped at the opportunity. The idea of being alone for a few days, no distractions, no responsibilities, was the kind of break I needed. The cabin wasn't much to look at. It was old, built from logs that had been weathered by years of rain, snow, and harsh winters. The roof had a few patches where the wood looked like it might cave in if a heavy storm hit. But the surroundings were beautiful. The woods stretched out in every direction. I didn't expect to see anyone else, which was just how I liked it. It felt secluded, isolated, and perfect for a few days of solitude. When I arrived, the sun was starting to set, casting a soft orange glow across the sky. The air was crisp, and a slight breeze rustled through the trees. I parked my car in the small gravel lot in front of the cabin and unloaded my things. There was an old porch swing on the front porch which creaked in the wind. The door to the cabin was already unlocked, and I stepped inside, taking in the smell of old wood and dust. It wasn't unpleasant, just very old. I set my bags down on the floor of the small living room and took a look around. There was a stone fireplace along the wall, with a few armchairs scattered around a wooden coffee table. A simple kitchen was off to the side, with a small table and chairs for eating. Upstairs, I could see a narrow staircase that led to the second floor, which was where the bedroom was. The place felt lived in, but in a way that made it seem like it hadn't been touched in a long time. I spent the first evening unpacking, setting up my things in the bedroom, and getting familiar with the layout of the cabin. I lit a fire in the fireplace and settled into one of the armchairs with a book. The crackling of the flames and the occasional hoot of an owl outside were the only sounds I could hear. The peace of it all was incredible, and for the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe. That night, after eating a simple meal of soup and bread, I turned off the lights and went upstairs to bed. The bedroom was small, with a simple wooden bed frame, a nightstand, and a dresser. The bed was covered in a faded quilt, and a single lamp on the nightstand provided a warm light that flickered in the darkness. The window overlooked the forest, the trees swaying gently in the breeze. As I lay there, the silence of the woods around me felt unnerving in its own way. I tried to push the thought out of my mind and drifted off to sleep, but the quiet still lingered in the back of my mind. The next morning, I woke up early to the sound of birds chirping outside. The sunlight streamed in through the window, casting warm beams across the room. I stretched and yawned, getting up to make coffee. After having my breakfast, I decided to go for a walk through the woods. It seemed like the best way to start the day. Peaceful, calming, and free of distractions. I grabbed my jacket, slipped on my boots, and stepped outside. The air was cool but refreshing, and the ground was soft under my feet. The forest was dense, the trees towering above me, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze. The path was narrow, just wide enough for one person to walk through. As I wandered deeper into the woods, I realized how incredibly isolated the cabin was. It felt like the forest stretched for miles in every direction, with no sign of civilization. As I walked, I noticed the crunch of leaves under my boots and the occasional snap of twigs. The sun filtered through the trees, casting long shadows on the ground. I wasn't sure how long I had been walking when I saw something up ahead. It was a small clearing not too far from the cabin, and in the center there was a large rock. I walked toward it, curious, but as I got closer, something caught my eye. There, just beyond the rock, was a strange marking on one of the trees, a large circular shape, almost like a symbol. I walked up to the tree, running my fingers along the rough bark. It felt strange, almost wrong. The symbol didn't look natural. It was too precise, too deliberate. I shook my head and stepped back. "It's just a tree," I told myself, though I wasn't sure if I believed it. The rest of the walk was uneventful. I made my way back to the cabin, feeling the strange sensation of being watched but brushing it off as my imagination. The woods were isolated, after all. I couldn't be the only one out here. When I returned to the cabin, I spent the rest of the day relaxing. I read a book, made some more coffee, and just enjoyed the quiet. But as the sun began to set, a strange feeling started to creep in again. The silence, which had felt peaceful at first, now felt heavy, suffocating almost. The woods outside seemed darker, and the wind had picked up, causing the trees to groan and sway in ways that felt unnatural. I tried to ignore the feeling and went about my evening. I lit a fire in the hearth and settled into my chair with a glass of wine. But no matter how hard I tried to focus on the warmth of the fire, something kept tugging at the back of my mind. It was as if the woods outside were calling to me, pulling me into something I couldn't quite understand. That night, I slept fitfully. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt as if I was being watched. It wasn't the kind of feeling you get when you think someone is looking at you. It was deeper, almost instinctual, like something in the woods knew I was there and didn't want me to be. At around 3 a.m., I woke up to a loud noise, like a thud, coming from downstairs. My heart skipped a beat as I lay still, listening. The house was quiet again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I grabbed the flashlight from my nightstand and crept downstairs, the beam of light bouncing off the walls as I moved. When I reached the living room, I saw nothing. No broken glass, no overturned furniture, nothing out of place. But the air felt different. It was heavier, like there was an invisible presence in the room. I stood there for a few moments, listening to the silence, before I slowly made my way back upstairs. I didn't sleep again that night. I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to every sound, every creak of the cabin. The wind had died down, and the only thing I could hear was the occasional drip of water from the roof as the dew settled. The next day, I decided to leave. Whatever it was, the feeling I had in that cabin wasn't right. It wasn't just the odd noise in the middle of the night. It was the whole place, the isolation, the strange feeling that something was lurking in the woods. It wasn't a comforting kind of solitude. It was the kind of isolation that made your skin crawl. So, I packed my things and headed out, vowing never to return. I made my way back to the car, the gravel crunching under my boots as I walked. When I reached the car, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, but I didn't turn around to check. I got in the car and drove off, leaving the cabin and the woods behind me. As I drove down the long, winding road that led out of the woods, I looked back at the cabin one last time. The trees swayed in the wind, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw a figure standing in the window, staring out at me. But when I blinked, it was gone. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe it was just the feeling of the place messing with my head. But as I turned the corner and the cabin disappeared from view, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. I didn't know what it was, but something about that place had felt wrong. And now, as I drove further away, I knew I'd never go back. Though the drive back was peaceful, I couldn't shake the sense of unease that lingered long after I had left. I didn't know if it was just a trick of my mind, or if there was something truly off about that cabin in the woods. But whatever it was, I was glad to be gone. And as the road ahead stretched out before me, I couldn't help but feel like I had narrowly escaped something I couldn't quite explain. It had been months of planning, weeks of anticipation, and finally, the weekend was here. My friends and I had rented a small, secluded cabin in the woods, far away from civilization. We needed a break from the noise of the city, the constant ringing of phones, and the overwhelming pressure of work. A few days of peace and quiet, surrounded by nothing but trees, was exactly what we needed. The cabin sat at the edge of a thick forest, nestled against a steep hill. When we arrived, the place looked like something straight out of an old photograph. Weathered wood, a chimney barely sticking out from the roof, and an overgrown yard full of tangled weeds and moss. It had an air of isolation, almost like it had been forgotten by time itself. The sort of place you could see on a postcard, or in a movie, where the characters come to confront their inner demons. We unpacked our bags, settled in, and immediately set about making the most of the weekend. The smell of pine trees was so fresh, it almost stung the air. The temperature had dropped a little, a crisp autumn chill creeping into the air, and we lit a fire in the stone fireplace to ward off the evening cold. Everything felt perfect. Nothing unusual, nothing out of the ordinary. But that's the thing about places like this. They always seem so perfect until something happens. Something you never saw coming. The first night passed without incident. We spent our time exploring the area, walking down the narrow trail that led to a small stream, collecting firewood, and talking about everything and nothing around the fire. The cabin had everything we needed: 2 small bedrooms, a kitchen, a living area, and a bathroom. The furniture was basic, but it didn't matter. The real appeal of the place was the peace and seclusion it offered. By the second night, things started to feel off. The atmosphere had shifted, but I couldn't pinpoint why. It was as if the woods around us had grown heavier, thicker, pressing in on the cabin. The wind howled through the trees outside, and the creaking of the wood seemed louder than it had the night before. At times, I could have sworn I heard something moving in the forest, branches snapping, the rustling of leaves. But when I looked outside, nothing was there. It started small, these little sensations that gnawed at the edges of my mind. The floorboards creaked when no one was walking on them. The fire flickered in a way that seemed wrong. Sometimes I would hear the wind pick up, only to find it was completely still when I looked out the window. But I brushed it off. After all, we were in the middle of the woods. The place was old. Maybe it was just settling the way old buildings do. But the unease built over the course of the evening. It wasn't just the noises, the sudden cold drafts that seemed to come from nowhere, or the strange feeling that I was being watched. There was something about the cabin itself. Something about the way it felt as if it had been waiting for us, like it knew we were coming. I told myself I was being ridiculous. There was no reason to be afraid. We were just a group of friends, enjoying a quiet getaway. But when I went to bed that night, I couldn't shake the feeling. I lay in the dark, wide awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind howl outside. It wasn't until I heard something, faint at first, that I finally started to get up. A soft sound, almost like tapping. I froze, my heart thumping in my chest. It was coming from the walls. I told myself it was just the house settling, but the sound was rhythmic, deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. I tried to ignore it, rolling over and pulling the covers tighter around me. But sleep wouldn't come. The tapping continued, like it was in the walls just beyond my reach. After what felt like an eternity, it stopped. But by then, the damage had been done. I couldn't sleep after that. I kept my eyes on the door, my thoughts racing, and every little sound, no matter how small, seemed to make the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I heard the wind in the trees, the occasional creak of the cabin, but then, something else, a scratching noise, something clawing against the outside of the cabin. Not the wind, not an animal. It was deliberate, like it was searching, looking for something. I had enough. I grabbed my phone, but the signal was spotty at best, barely enough to send a text. I texted a few of the others to make sure they were still awake. A couple of responses came back. They had heard it too. One of them said they heard it near the back of the cabin, where the woods began. I wasn't sure what to do. My mind was racing with all sorts of possibilities, from a raccoon or some other wild animal to... Well, I didn't want to think about the other possibilities, but it was the middle of the night and I didn't want to go out there. I felt like something was wrong, something I couldn't explain, something that made my blood run cold. Eventually, I got up and went to the window, pulling the curtains aside just enough to peek outside. The trees were swaying in the wind, the moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting strange shadows on the ground. There was nothing out there, at least not that I could see. I stood there for a while, trying to calm my nerves, but the scratching kept up. It was maddening. Then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, it stopped, all at once. The silence was deafening. I stayed by the window for what felt like hours, but nothing else happened. The wind continued, the occasional rustle of leaves, the creak of the cabin settling, but no more scratching. Eventually, I was able to fall asleep, but it was restless, filled with uneasy dreams. The next morning, I was the first to get up. I went out onto the porch, taking in the cool morning air. The sun was barely up, casting a pale light over the woods. Everything seemed normal again. If it wasn't for the way I'd felt the night before, I might have believed it had all been a bad dream. But there were things that didn't add up. I went around the cabin, looking for signs of damage. That's when I saw the scratches on the back wall. Long, deep gouges in the wood, as if something had scraped its claws across the surface. The marks were fresh, still dark from the moisture of the night, and they were exactly where we had heard the noises. That's when I realized something had been out there. Something had been trying to get inside. I told the others when they woke up. They were just as unsettled as I was. We spent the rest of the morning checking the cabin for any other signs of disturbance. The windows were all locked, the doors secure. There was no way something could have gotten inside without us hearing it. But the scratches were real. They were there, and they weren't something that could be easily explained away. We debated what to do. None of us were eager to leave. We were too far from civilization, and we didn't want to let whatever had happened ruin the trip. But the unease was building. We could all feel it. Something was watching us, waiting. That afternoon, we decided to go for a walk in the woods, hoping the fresh air would clear our heads. We stuck together, staying close, but the deeper we went into the trees, the more uncomfortable I felt. The forest seemed to close in on us. The sunlight filtered through the branches in strange patterns, casting long shadows on the ground. Every rustle in the leaves, every snap of a twig made us jump. It was as if the whole forest was alive, and it was paying attention to us. As we walked, we came across a small clearing. In the center, there was a large rock, smooth and flat, like it had been placed there deliberately. It was unusual, standing out from the rest of the forest, and we approached it cautiously. That's when I saw something I will never forget. On the rock, there were more scratches, similar to the ones on the cabin wall, but these were different. They were arranged in a pattern, a symbol, a message. I didn't understand what it meant, but I knew it wasn't natural. It was too precise, too intentional. That was the moment I knew we weren't alone in the woods. We left the clearing quickly, and for the rest of the day, none of us spoke much. We kept our eyes open, alert, but the scratching noises didn't return. We stayed inside the cabin that night, double-checking the locks, making sure everything was secure. The next morning, we packed up and left. There was no grand explanation, no dramatic finale. We didn't stick around to figure out what had happened. We just got in the car and drove away, heading back to the city, back to safety. And as we left the woods behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, watching us, waiting for the right moment to strike. Maybe it had always been there, and maybe it would always be there. But it was no longer my problem. I don't know if we ever truly escaped, but I do know this. I'll never go back to that cabin in the woods. Not for anything. It was supposed to be a break from everything. That was the point. A week off from work, no phone, no emails, no people. I had been burning out for a while, slowly boiling in silence like a pot nobody was watching. When my supervisor finally told me to take some time off, I didn't argue. I didn't even wait. That same day, I found a cabin listing online. It wasn't part of a resort or even a campground. Just a single cabin, tucked deep into the woods in northern Michigan, miles from the nearest town. It was listed as secluded, simple, and off-grid. No electricity, no cell service, no internet. Just a wood stove, a well, and a key under a rock near the door. A man named Carl had posted the listing, and after a quick exchange on the website, I booked 5 nights starting that weekend. I packed my truck with groceries, water jugs, firewood, a flashlight, batteries, a hand crank radio, and enough books to get me through the week. I left early on a Saturday morning and drove through back roads for most of the day. By the time I got there, it was already late afternoon. The road had turned from gravel to packed dirt to something barely more than a pair of tire tracks winding into the trees. My GPS cut out somewhere along the way. I kept following the directions I'd printed from the listing and finally saw a small clearing with the cabin standing in the middle of it. It looked exactly like the pictures. Dark wood, a steep roof, a narrow porch with 2 chairs. There was a shed off to the side, and behind that, dense trees that went on for what felt like forever. The air was cold and smelled like pine. It was silent in a way that city people forget exists. No car engines, no people talking, no humming from nearby wires. Just the sound of wind in the trees and my boots crunching on leaves and twigs. I found the rock, got the key, and stepped inside. The cabin was small but clean. 1 main room with a bed, a table and 2 chairs, a wood stove, some shelves, and a small counter with a water basin. A narrow door led to a tiny bathroom with a composting toilet and a stand-up shower fed by a rain barrel. There was no fridge, Just a cooler in the corner and a note reminding guests to use ice blocks if they brought anything that needed to stay cold. I set up fast, unpacked my food, stacked some firewood inside, made the bed. I had brought a thick sleeping bag, knowing the cabin might get cold at night. That first evening was quiet. I read until it got too dark to see, lit a few battery-powered lanterns, and fell asleep to the sound of wind hitting the roof. The first couple of days were peaceful. I slept in, made simple meals, sat on the porch with coffee and a book. I explored the woods a little but didn't go far. Mostly followed trails of animal tracks or walked along a stream I found about half a mile behind the cabin. The quiet started to get into my bones in a good way. I could feel the weight in my chest loosening. I started thinking more clearly, but something shifted on the third night. I had been asleep for a couple of hours when a noise woke me up. It wasn't loud, just enough to pull me from sleep. A soft, irregular sound. At first, I thought it was the wind, but as I blinked and sat up in the dark, I realized it wasn't. It sounded like something brushing against the side of the cabin. Not constantly, just every few seconds, like a branch dragging across wood. I got up and went to the window. It was pitch black outside. My lantern barely lit more than the small patch of grass in front of the cabin. I couldn't see the trees. I waited, holding my breath, listening. The sound stopped. I went back to bed, but it took a while to fall asleep. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to look. No branches near the walls. Nothing that could have caused the sound. I chalked it up to wind or maybe a small animal like a raccoon or porcupine. It happens in the woods. But that night, I heard it again. This time, it was louder, not a brushing sound. A knock, just once. A single, sharp knock on the back wall of the cabin. I froze in bed. It was close to midnight. I hadn't been asleep long. I waited, my ears straining in the dark. A few minutes passed. Then it came again. One knock, then silence. I got up and turned on the lantern. I didn't have any weapons, just a hatchet I'd used for kindling and a heavy flashlight. I grabbed both and stood near the door, listening. Nothing. I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch. Cold air slapped me in the face. I aimed the flashlight around the clearing. Nothing moved. I walked around the cabin slowly, shining the light into the trees. I didn't see anyone, didn't hear footsteps, no rustling, nothing. Back inside, I locked the door and stayed up a while, listening. It didn't happen again that night, but after that, things started to feel off. During the day, I noticed signs that I couldn't explain. Footprints in the dirt, not mine. I had heavy boots. These were lighter, narrower, some barefoot. I found one set behind the shed, another near the edge of the woods. One morning, I found the door to the shed slightly open. I hadn't touched it since I arrived. Inside was just some old tools and rusted cans, but it still bothered me. I felt watched. That's the only way I can explain it. Every time I stepped outside, I had that crawling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was standing just out of sight, just inside the tree line. I stopped going on walks. I kept the fire going all day. I stayed inside with the lanterns on even when I didn't need them. The fourth night was the worst. It started with the knocking again. This time it moved, first on the back wall, then the side near the window, then near the door. Not fast, not frantic, just spaced out, deliberate knocks, like someone circling the cabin, like they wanted me to know they were there. I didn't go outside this time. I sat in the middle of the cabin, every lantern on, the hatchet in my lap. My heart was pounding. I didn't hear footsteps, just knocks, then silence. Then, hours later, just before dawn, a final knock on the window behind the bed. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I packed everything. I didn't even eat. I threw my gear into the truck and got ready to leave. But when I turned the key, the engine cranked once and stopped. I tried again. Nothing. The battery was dead. I opened the hood and stared at it, not knowing what to do. I hadn't left the headlights on. I hadn't used anything that would drain it. I checked the cables, and that's when I noticed something strange. The clamps were loose, like they'd been loosened by hand. I tightened them, tried again. The engine coughed but didn't start. I tried 4 more times. Nothing. I sat behind the wheel, breathing hard, then slammed my fist on the steering wheel and looked out at the trees. I had no signal, no radio, and the cabin didn't have a phone. The nearest town was at least 10 miles down an unmarked road I couldn't even remember clearly. I had no choice but to stay 1 more night. I locked the cabin tight. I shoved furniture against the door. I kept the hatchet and flashlight close and sat in a chair facing the window. I watched until the sky went dark. That night, the knocking started again. But there was something different. No pattern. Just knocks, random and sharp, sometimes close, sometimes faint, like they were coming from deeper in the woods. Once I heard something metal, maybe the shed door again. Once, I thought I heard breathing outside the window. I didn't move. I barely blinked. Sometime around 3 a.m., I passed out from exhaustion. I woke up just after dawn, cold and stiff. I went to the truck, tried the engine again, turned over. I didn't wait. I drove out of there, the truck bouncing over every bump. I didn't care. I just wanted to be gone. Every tree felt like it was watching me. Every shadow looked like someone standing still. It took over an hour to reach a paved road. From there, I made it to a gas station in a small town. I parked, walked inside, and the clerk must have seen the way I looked because he asked if I was okay. I nodded. I bought coffee and sat in my truck for a long time, just breathing. That was 2 months ago. I've told a few people since then, but most just shrug and say it was probably an animal or a hunter messing with me. Maybe, but I've camped for years. I've hiked through backcountry and stayed in cabins way off the grid. I've seen animals, I've heard coyotes, I've had raccoons scratch at the walls. This was different. Felt like someone was there. Not an animal, not the wind. Someone who didn't want me there. Someone who waited until I was far enough out that no one could help. Someone who could knock just hard enough to remind me they were still there. I won't go back. I don't care how peaceful it looks online. That cabin is still listed. I checked once just to see. Same photos, same description. Secluded, off-grid, simple. They don't mention the knocks. It started with a decision I didn't think much about at the time. I was burnt out from work, fed up with the traffic, the noise, the screens. I work in IT. Long hours, too many meetings, and by the time Friday rolls around, my brain feels like it's been deep-fried in cheap oil. I live alone in a small apartment just outside of Indianapolis. Nothing fancy, just enough space for my computer setup, a futon, a mattress on the floor, and a kitchen I barely use. A friend had once told me about this cabin his family rented in southern Indiana. Said it was cheap, kind of hidden away, quiet. No cell service, no neighbors, no internet. Just a gravel road that led down to a place tucked between woods and a slow-moving river. It sounded boring when he first mentioned it, but now, after weeks of nonstop calls and blinking notifications, it sounded like heaven. I found the cabin listed on some outdated rental site. It was still there. I booked it for 4 nights, Monday through Thursday, planning to take a few vacation days. The listing had maybe 5 photos, some grainy shots of a plain wooden structure, an old wood stove, a small bed, and a porch with 2 chairs. The last photo showed a dirt path leading into the woods behind the cabin. I packed light, a couple hoodies, my boots, a flashlight, some freeze-dried meals, a small cooler, a first aid kit, and a paperback I never got around to reading. I brought my handgun too, a .38 revolver. I'd taken a course and got my license, but I never had to use it. I brought it out of habit, not because I expected trouble, just because I'd be alone in the woods. The drive was long. I left at noon on Monday and didn't arrive until almost 5. The final stretch was all gravel, the kind of road you don't drive unless you're sure it goes somewhere. Trees crowded both sides. I didn't pass a single car. At one point, I even stopped, got out, and checked the map again. No signal, of course, just that uneasy silence that makes your ears feel like they're picking up something wrong. I figured if I kept going downhill, I'd eventually get there. I did. The cabin looked like the photos, only older, with shingles peeling, some mold on the corners, and the porch sagged more than I expected. But it was standing. The key was in a small box under a flower pot, just like the instructions said. When I opened the door, the air inside smelled like damp wood and dust, the kind of smell that clings to your clothes. The inside was one room, basically. Bed against the wall, a wood stove in the middle, a small table, 2 chairs, and a tiny kitchen with a rusty faucet and a propane stove that made a hissing noise when I turned the knob. There was a small bathroom with a shower and toilet, but the water was cold and came from a rain tank outside. I didn't care. I wasn't there for luxury. I just wanted peace. The first night was quiet. I lit the wood stove, boiled some water for a cup of instant coffee, and sat on the porch while the sun went down. The woods looked darker than I was used to. Not city dark, but deep dark, like they swallowed light instead of reflecting it. I could hear insects and the occasional splash of the river out back, but nothing else. I turned in early and slept harder than I had in months. It was the second day when things started to feel wrong. I woke up around 8, made myself some eggs I brought in a cooler, walked down to the river with my coffee. The water moved slow, brown and steady, with weeds growing along the edges. It looked harmless, but I noticed something strange along the bank. Footprints, not mine, bigger, barefoot, not animal tracks, definitely human. They were deep and spaced out like someone had been running. I stared at them for a long time, trying to think of a good explanation. Maybe a hiker? Someone from a nearby property? But I hadn't passed a house for miles. I followed the prints for maybe 30 feet before they vanished near a bend in the river. No trail, no sign of where the person went. I shook it off, told myself it was probably some local kid messing around, maybe hunting or swimming, but I still felt off. That afternoon, I didn't go back to the river. I stayed around the cabin, chopping some kindling, writing in a small notebook, just trying to stay busy. Every time I looked up, though, I found myself checking the woods. Not just the trees, but the spaces between them. That night, I locked the door, wedged a chair under the knob. Felt stupid, but I did it anyway. I didn't sleep well. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a sound outside. Not loud, just off, like a branch snapping or something brushing against the porch railing. I lay still for a long time, breathing slow, listening. Then I heard it again. Faint creak, like weight shifting on old wood. The porch. I got up and grabbed the flashlight, but I didn't turn it on right away. I looked out the small window next to the door. Couldn't see anything, just darkness. I pressed my ear against the glass. Nothing. Then something thumped on the far side of the cabin. I jumped back. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it echoed in my ears. I grabbed my revolver from the drawer next to the bed and just stood there in the dark, pointing it at the door like an idiot. I stayed like that until sunrise. When I finally worked up the nerve to step outside, I found nothing. No footprints, no marks, just leaves and dirt and silence. The third day was worse. I hiked up the road to see if I could get a signal. After maybe half an hour, I found a ridge with a single bar. I sent a quick text to a friend. Asterisk, all good. Quiet out here. Asterisk, that was a lie. But I didn't want to sound paranoid. I didn't mention the noises or the footprints. I didn't say I'd been keeping my gun on the nightstand. As I walked back, I heard something following me. First, I thought it was my imagination. But every time I stopped, the sound stopped too. Twigs snapping, leaves crunching, just far enough away that I couldn't see anything. I turned around fast a few times, shining the flashlight into the trees, but there was nothing. Still, I picked up the pace, got back to the cabin drenched in sweat. I locked the door again. This time, I dragged the table in front of it. I kept the revolver under my pillow and didn't light the stove. I didn't want to make it easier for anyone to know where I was. That night, around midnight, I heard movement again. This time, right outside the window. I stayed frozen in bed. The window was small and up high, but I could see a shape, a shadow, someone crouching, breathing. I could hear it, slow and wet, like someone with a chest infection. Then I heard the faintest tap on the glass. Tap, tap, tap. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I wanted to run, but there was nowhere to go. I couldn't call for help. I was trapped inside a wooden box with nothing but a thin wall between me and whatever was out there. Then, just as suddenly, the shadow moved away. I didn't sleep again. When the sun came up, I packed. I didn't care that I had one more night left. I threw everything into the bag, left the cooler, and stepped outside. That's when I saw it. A string. A thin, almost invisible line of twine stretched from the porch railing into the trees. I followed it with my eyes. It went down the slope, across the river path, into the woods. Someone had set it up, and I hadn't noticed. It wasn't just twine. Along the string, spaced every few feet, were little bells. Tiny silver bells, like the kind you see on Christmas decorations. Silent and less touched. A warning system. I stared at it for a long time, trying to understand why someone would do that. Who it was meant for. Was it to catch me moving around? Or to alert someone else when I came out? My skin crawled. I turned back to the cabin and saw something else I hadn't noticed before. On the corner post of the porch, just below the eye level, was a small hole. Not natural. A drilled hole. Inside it, barely visible, was a tiny camera. Battery operated. Motion sensor light on the side. Someone had been watching me. I didn't waste another second. I got in the car, turned around, and tore back up the gravel road. My tires kicked up rocks, and I didn't stop until I hit pavement. When I got back into town, I drove straight to the sheriff's office. I told them everything about the cabin, the footprints, the noises, the string of bells, the camera. They didn't laugh. They took it seriously. 2 deputies followed me back out there that afternoon. When we got to the cabin, it looked the same, but the string was gone. So was the camera. What was there, though, hidden beneath the floorboards under the bed, was a small pile of wrappers, old batteries, and a pair of binoculars. Someone had been living out there, not in the cabin, but around it, close enough to watch me, close enough to tap on the glass at night. The property was supposedly owned by an out-of-state company, a holding group that bought old lots for cheap and rented them for income. The cabin hadn't been inspected in years. The listing disappeared from the website a few days later. I never heard anything more from the deputies. I tried to forget about it. I moved apartments, changed my routine, told myself it was over. But some nights when I wake up and feel I've been planning the trip for weeks. After finishing a rough quarter at work, I just needed to get away from everything. No emails, no phone calls, no traffic, no people, just some quiet, somewhere out in the woods, maybe with a few good books, a lot of sleep, and time to clear my head. I booked a remote cabin in the northern part of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, miles off the main highway and about a 30-minute drive from the closest gas station. The cabin looked decent online. Small, basic, nothing fancy. The pictures showed an old wood stove, a little kitchenette, and a twin bed in the corner with faded plaid sheets. No Wi-Fi, no TV, no cell signal. That was exactly what I wanted. I left on a Thursday morning, early, hoping to get there before dark. The drive was long. I passed small towns and open fields, then trees that grew thicker and taller the further north I went. After crossing into the up, the roads turned to gravel. GPS cut out just past a town with one blinking traffic light, and I had to rely on the printed directions I had scribbled down. It was the kind of place where the trees seemed to press in around the road, swallowing sound. It was nearly 5 p.m. when I pulled up to the cabin. It was tucked away off a narrow dirt path, almost invisible unless you were looking for it. The cabin was smaller than I expected and looked older too. The wood siding was gray and weathered. The windows were fogged on the inside, and there were bits of moss on the shingles. There were no other buildings around, no signs of life, just trees everywhere, and the occasional call of birds somewhere deep in the woods. I stepped out of the car, stretched my legs, and took a deep breath. The air was cold and clean. It smelled like pine and wet leaves. I grabbed my duffel bag and groceries from the back seat and walked up the porch steps. The cabin door creaked when I opened it. Inside, it was musty but not awful. Dust hung in the air. The floors creaked under every step. There was a small table, a couple of mismatched chairs, A wood-burning stove in the corner with a little pile of split logs beside it. A narrow bed sat along the far wall. The place looked like it hadn't been lived in for years, but everything seemed in working order. I unpacked my things slowly, made myself a sandwich, then lit a fire in the stove to warm the place up. I had brought a stack of paperbacks, a notebook, and some puzzles to keep me busy. It was going to be a quiet few days, and I was perfectly okay with that. By the time night fell, the woods outside were pitch black, the kind of dark that feels like a wall pressing against the windows. I turned off the lantern and lay in bed listening to the fire pop and crackle. No cars, no sirens, just the sound of wind brushing against the trees outside. The first night went by without any trouble. I slept better than I had in weeks. The second day, I spent most of the time reading and taking short walks on the trails around the cabin. They weren't marked trails, but worn footpaths that seemed to have been used by hunters or hikers a long time ago. I didn't go far, just enough to stretch my legs and get some fresh air. I saw some old deer tracks, a rabbit sprinting off into the brush, and once, a pile of bones that looked like they belonged to a raccoon or maybe a possum. I didn't think much of it. Nature doing its thing. That evening, I went to chop more firewood from a pile out back. The axe had been left there, propped against a tree stump, and looked like it had been used recently. Not new, but sharp. I split a few logs and carried them inside before it got too dark. It was later that night, as I was sitting by the stove with a book, that I thought I heard something outside. A branch snapping, then another. I paused and listened, thinking it might be a deer. It was common in the woods. I stood up, walked to the window, and peered out. Nothing but darkness. I figured it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Still, I locked the door before going to bed. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of crunching leaves. It wasn't loud, but it was steady. Slow steps like someone or something walking just outside the cabin. The sound moved from the front porch to the side window. Then it stopped. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. I didn't have a gun, just a hunting knife I kept in my bag. I quietly got up and grabbed it. I waited in the dark, trying to hear anything else. Nothing, just the wind picking up a little. Eventually, I lay back down, telling myself it was a deer or maybe a raccoon. I tried to sleep, but every sound had me tense. The wind against the roof, the ticking of the wood stove cooling down, the soft rustle of branches. In the morning, I went outside to check. I circled the cabin slowly. There were faint marks in the dirt near the side window, footprints. Not animal prints, not boots, bare feet. The toes had pressed into the soil, long and narrow, like someone had been walking without shoes. My stomach turned. There weren't supposed to be any other people out here. I scanned the woods, but everything looked normal. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me. I thought about packing up and leaving, but it was already Saturday. I'd only booked the place until Sunday morning, and I didn't want to feel like I'd let my nerves ruin the trip. Besides, it could have been a local passing through or some weirdo from a nearby camp. I just needed to be alert. I stayed inside most of the day, only going out to grab more wood before sunset. I kept the knife on me the entire time. I didn't go for walks, didn't sit on the porch, didn't read. I just listened. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the wood, every gust of wind felt like a warning. Around 3 a.m., I heard something again. This time, a soft thud against the wall near the kitchen. Then another, like something being thrown. I sat up, holding the knife tight, listening. There was breathing, not mine, not from inside, from just outside the wall. I froze. It was slow and shallow, but it was real. It lasted about 30 seconds. Then nothing. I waited an hour before I even moved. When the sky started to lighten, I finally stood up and walked to the window. I didn't see anything. The ground outside was covered in scattered twigs and leaves. No signs of anyone. But I knew someone had been out there. I didn't eat breakfast. I didn't light a fire. I just packed my bag, grabbed my keys, and got ready to leave. I locked up the cabin and jogged to the car. That's when I saw it. A piece of string, tied between two trees behind my car, at shin level. Thin wire actually, not string. Almost invisible if you weren't looking for it. I bent down and saw it stretched across the dirt road that led back to the main path. A tripwire. My hands were shaking. I backed away slowly, scanning the trees. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anything. But someone had set that up. Someone who knew I'd be leaving that morning. I thought about calling the police, but I had no signal and the closest station was over 20 miles away. I had to get out first. I looked around the woods again. Still nothing. No sounds. No movement. I took a deep breath, walked back to the cabin, and grabbed the axe from the porch. I used it to carefully cut the wire. It snapped loose with a soft twang. I coiled it around the blade and threw it in the back of the car. Then I drove. Fast. Every bump and curve in the dirt road had me gripping the wheel tight. I checked the rearview mirror 100 times, expecting to see someone step out onto the road behind me, but there was no one. It took almost an hour to get back to the small town where I'd last had a signal. I pulled into the gas station, shaking. I filled up, walked inside, and called the county sheriff's office. They took it seriously. A deputy showed up about 20 minutes later, took my statement, and asked to see the tripwire. I handed over the piece I'd cut and showed them the photos I'd taken of the footprints. They said they'd check out the cabin and surrounding area, but they didn't promise much. It was a big forest, and if someone had been out there, they were likely long gone. I never got a follow-up call. I went back home and didn't tell anyone about it for a while. Not because I was scared to, but because it didn't feel real, like it happened to someone else. But I kept thinking about that breathing outside the cabin, those bare footprints, the wire, how they knew I'd leave that way, how close I came to tripping into whatever they had planned. It wasn't a ghost story. No monsters, no shadows in the mirror, just a real person out in the woods waiting. Sometimes that's worse. Started when I needed to get away. Not in a dramatic, life falling apart kind of way. I just needed to be somewhere different for a while. I'd been working remotely for over a year, mostly staring at a screen for 10 hours a day. I wasn't sleeping much, wasn't talking to anyone unless it was work-related. My apartment felt smaller by the week. One morning, I just opened Google Maps and started zooming out, looking for somewhere green, somewhere quiet, somewhere that didn't involve emails or video meetings or the sound of cars outside my window. That's how I found the place. It was a cabin listed on a local rental site. Not Airbnb, more like one of those niche, rustic getaway listings. It sat near the top of a forested hill called Gunner's Ridge in northern Pennsylvania. The photos looked peaceful. Weathered wood, a small porch, a gravel path disappearing into thick trees. There was no Wi-Fi, no cell service, no TV, just a small generator, some solar panels, and a wood stove for heat. Felt perfect. I booked it for 2 weeks. The drive up was long. I had to take 2-lane back roads for miles, twisting through little towns and long stretches of trees. Once I passed the last town, Gibson's Hollow, the pavement turned to gravel, and after another 20 minutes of climbing, the trees finally opened up and the cabin came into view. It looked just like the pictures, maybe even better. There was something comforting about its plainness. The wood was dark from years of weather, and the porch had a few chairs and an old bench. There were no decorations, no flower pots or hanging signs. Just a door, a few windows, and a roof. I parked the car on the edge of the clearing and stepped out. The silence hit me like a wave. No traffic, no voices, not even the buzz of power lines. Just wind in the trees and the occasional crack of branches shifting overhead. Inside, the cabin was small but clean. There was a bedroom with a single bed, a small kitchen with an old propane stove and sink, a tiny bathroom with a composting toilet, and a little sitting room with a table and a wood-burning stove in the corner. There was a lantern on the table and a few extra candles on the shelves. Everything smelled like dry pine and wood smoke. I unloaded my bags and took a long walk around the area. The ridge sloped downward behind the cabin, leading into thick woods. I found a creek about 15 minutes down, shallow and cold. There were no trails that I could see, just animal paths and soft spots in the underbrush. It felt untouched. That first night, I lit a fire in the stove, made some tea, and read a book by lantern light. When I turned the light off and laid down in the bed, I couldn't hear anything but the wind. I slept better than I had in months. The first few days were calm. I'd wake up with the sun, boil water for coffee, then go for long walks through the woods. I saw deer, squirrels, once even a fox. No signs of people. The isolation started to feel like a kind of medicine. I'd come back in the evening, chop some wood if I needed it, cook something simple, and sleep as soon as it got dark. I didn't think about work. I didn't check my phone. I felt like I'd finally found something close to peace. But on the fifth night, something changed. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard a sound outside. At first, I thought it was an animal, a branch snapping, maybe a raccoon on the porch. But the sound came again, a steady, slow crunching of gravel. Footsteps. I froze. The steps stopped just outside the wall near the head of the bed. I didn't move. I waited for a knock, or maybe for the porch boards to creak. Nothing happened. After what felt like an hour, I finally sat up, heart pounding. I moved to the window and peeked out. Nothing. I stood there for a long time, just listening. The woods were quiet again. No movement. I told myself it must have been an animal, maybe a bear. But bears didn't walk that slowly, and they didn't just stop and wait. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. In the morning, I walked the whole area. I looked for tracks, broken branches, anything out of place. I found nothing. No footprints, no claw marks, no signs of anything. Still, I told myself I was being paranoid. I'd been alone too long, that's all. But it happened again the next night. This time it was later, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. The same sound, crunching steps on the gravel. They circled around the cabin, slow and deliberate. I sat up in bed, holding my breath. The footsteps stopped again near the bedroom. Then I heard something else, barely audible. Breathing. It was right on the other side of the wall. Just a slow, steady inhale and exhale. I wanted to believe I was imagining it. I waited there, frozen, until it finally moved on. The steps crunched around the side, then disappeared into the woods. I got up as soon as it was light. I walked the clearing again. This time I found something. Near the edge of the trees, just where the gravel path met the woods, there was a boot print. Clear as day. A single print. It was deep, whoever made it was heavy. It didn't match my own boots. The sole had a square, almost checkerboard pattern. I stood staring at it for a long time. There wasn't a path leading away from it. Just that one print and then forest floor. If someone had been there, they either walked very carefully or stepped in just the right places to not leave more prints. I walked the whole area again. Nothing else. I thought about driving back into town, maybe spending a night in a motel. But it felt like giving up, like letting fear win. I told myself it was probably a hunter, maybe someone lost, maybe a local who wandered too close without meaning to. Still, I started locking the door and pushing the table in front of it at night. I kept the axe by the bed. The next 2 nights were quiet. I started to relax again. Maybe whoever it was had moved on. Then, on the 9th day, I went for my usual walk down to the creek. It was mid-morning. The woods were still, the sun filtering through the trees. I followed the slope behind the cabin, made it down to the water, and sat on a rock. I was there maybe 20 minutes. When I came back up the hill, I saw something that stopped me cold. The cabin door was open. Not wide open, just slightly, like someone had pushed it, then let it swing back. I hadn't left it open. I was sure of that. The table I always blocked the door with was moved. Not thrown, just slid to the side. Neatly, on purpose. I stood there for a long time, staring. Then I walked around the cabin. No signs of anyone. I went inside. Nothing seemed stolen. Nothing broken. But things had been moved. The lantern was on the floor. My pack was unzipped. A chair was turned around. There were no notes, no threats, nothing obvious. Just subtle changes. Like someone wanted me to know they'd been there, but didn't want to scare me off completely. That was worse than if they'd just broken something. I didn't stay that night. I grabbed what I could carry and drove back down the hill. I made it to Gibson's Hollow by late afternoon. The town had a gas station and a small diner. I parked near the station and sat in the car for almost an hour trying to calm down. I didn't know what to do. Tell the sheriff? There were no signs of a break-in, no proof, just a boot print and a few moved items. Eventually, I checked into a cheap motel on the edge of town. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I did something I probably shouldn't have. I went back. Part of me just needed to know. I wanted to see if anything else had happened, if anything was left behind. I told myself I'd pack up the rest of my stuff and be done with it. When I got there, everything looked normal. Door closed. No new tracks. I went inside. Same as before. Nothing stolen. Nothing damaged. But then I noticed something in the sitting room. A photo. It was placed face up on the table. Not mine. It was old, black and white. Looked like it had been torn from an album. It showed a man in overalls standing next to a younger boy in front of what looked like the same cabin. The trees were smaller in the background, but it was clearly the same spot. The photo was cracked and worn like it had been folded many times. I stared at it for a long time. Then I packed up the rest of my gear and left. I didn't look back. That was 6 months ago. I still think about that place. I still think about the photo. I never found out who those people were. I tried searching old land records, but Gunner's Ridge barely showed up. No history, no stories, no names. It was like the place didn't want to be remembered. But the worst part? Sometimes, late at night, when everything's quiet and I'm lying in bed, I hear something, crunching footsteps, and I haven't been back to the woods since. I rented the cabin because I needed to get away from everything. My job, my phone, the constant emails, even my friends. I had been meaning to finish a book I started writing 2 years earlier. Some half-finished mess of a survival story, and I figured if I didn't get away and focus, I never would. The cabin was cheap, way too cheap. I found it listed on a site where people post off-the-grid rentals. It had no Wi-Fi, no cable, and no cell service. It was on a patch of land in northern Montana, near a frozen lake, with miles of woods in every direction. The pictures showed a one-room cabin, a fire pit outside, and a small outhouse about 20 feet away. The listing warned that snow could block the road and that guests should bring their own food, water, and fuel. For some reason, that made me want to book it even more. I arrived the first week of March. Winter was still hanging around up there. The drive took me almost 2 full days from where I lived, and the last few miles were brutal. The dirt road to the cabin hadn't been cleared, so I had to park my car at the start of the forest road and hike the rest in. It took almost an hour with how much gear I had. A big pack with food, my sleeping bag, a portable stove, fuel, notebooks, a battery-powered lantern, and a few backup chargers. I had a basic GPS unit too, the kind that doesn't need Wi-Fi or a cell signal, just satellite. It wasn't the most accurate, but I had used it before and trusted it enough. By the time I made it to the cabin, I was soaked in sweat under my coat. The cold air burned in my nose, and my legs were shaking from the weight of the gear. The cabin was just like the pictures. Old, rough-cut logs with a pitched roof. A small metal chimney poked out the top. There was a single small window near the door, which looked like it had been replaced more recently than the rest of the structure. The padlock on the door was frozen, so I had to breathe on it and knock at it with the side of my multi-tool before it finally gave way. Inside was colder than outside. It smelled like dry wood and old ash. The cabin had a cot on one side with a thick foam pad on it, a small wood stove in the corner with a pile of split logs, and a beat-up table with one chair. There were also some shelves with a few old canned goods and what looked like a water jug, but I didn't plan to use anything that was already here. I had packed what I needed for the full 10 days. The first night was peaceful. I lit the stove, unpacked my gear, and made myself some instant rice and sausage on the small propane stove. Then I sat with my notebook and wrote until my fingers cramped. The wind outside whistled through the trees, and every now and then something would thump onto the roof. Snow or a broken branch, probably. I had expected to feel nervous, being this far away from everything, but I didn't. I felt good, focused. I slept hard that night, curled up in my sleeping bag, the fire burning low beside me. The second day, I woke up early and went outside to gather more wood. There was a small shed about 20 feet behind the cabin with more chopped logs and kindling inside. I loaded my arms with what I could carry and noticed animal tracks in the snow nearby. Some kind of deer, maybe, or elk. The snow had filled most of them in, but it was clear something had passed close by recently. It didn't bother me. The days all started the same after that. I'd wake up, boil water, write, eat, write again, stretch my legs around the woods nearby, then write some more. I was getting more done in a few days than I had in months at home. Every time I stepped outside, the cold smacked me, but I liked it. The quiet, the isolation, it was exactly what I needed. It wasn't until the fourth night that something felt off. I had just turned off the lantern and gotten into my sleeping bag. The stove was still hot, and the room had that dry, warm smell of burning wood. I was drifting off when I heard what sounded like a crunch outside. Not the wind, not snow falling from the roof. A deliberate crunch, like a boot stepping on frozen ground. I held still and listened. Came again, slow and heavy. Then nothing. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a moose. I knew they came through the area sometimes, but I didn't move. I just stared at the ceiling, heart thudding, listening. No more steps, no breathing, nothing at all. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I stepped outside with my axe and looked around. The snow around the cabin was disturbed. Not trampled, but there were clear marks. A small path that curved from the trees behind the cabin to the shed. Not moose tracks, not deer. I followed them and felt my stomach twist. They were boot prints, big ones. Someone had been walking behind the cabin during the night. I followed them toward the shed. Then they disappeared in a mess of older snow and broken twigs. I looked out into the woods, but saw nothing. Just 100 trees and a sky that felt too low. I went back inside and locked the door. For the rest of the day, I couldn't focus. I kept looking up from my notebook, expecting to see someone staring through the window. I didn't want to leave. I still had 5 more days and I was getting work done, but my brain wouldn't settle. I told myself it was probably someone passing through. A hunter, maybe, or another camper. There were no other cabins I'd seen, but maybe they had their own spot out there. Maybe they just got curious. But that night, it happened again. Crunch, crunch, crunch. This time, it circled the cabin. I heard the steps clearly. They moved from one side to the other, then paused. I waited, holding my breath, wishing I had brought a gun. Then I heard something that made my skin crawl. A knock on the wall. It wasn't loud, just one tap, like someone testing the wood. I sat up and quietly got out of my sleeping bag. I grabbed my hatchet and stood near the stove, where the fire gave off just enough light to see the door. I didn't move for an hour. No more sounds, no more footsteps. Eventually, I sat down and waited for the morning. When the sun came up, I went outside again. More boot prints, fresh ones, circling the cabin, stopping by the window, stopping at the door. Whoever it was had been watching. I checked the woods but saw nothing. No one, no trail. It had snowed lightly overnight, and the tracks disappeared into the trees like they always did. I knew I should leave. I even started packing my bag that morning. But the car was too far, almost an hour's hike through snow-covered woods. And what if they were still out there, watching, waiting for me to leave the safety of the cabin? So I stayed. I told myself I'd wait one more night and leave early the next morning. That night, I barely let the fire die down. I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner with my axe and the lantern on low. I didn't want to use up the batteries, but I needed some light. Around midnight, the sounds came back. But this time, there were 2 sets of footsteps, moving faster, crunching and stopping, crunching again. I stood and backed toward the stove. Something moved past the window, just a shadow, just for a second, but I saw it. Someone was looking in. They were short, were crouching. I didn't think. I grabbed the pot of boiling water I had over the stove and threw open the door. I stepped outside into the freezing wind, steam curling from the pot in my hand. No one. I looked left and right, teeth clenched, heart racing. The woods were dark and dead quiet. The snow had picked up again, falling in heavy flakes that blurred everything. My fingers were starting to freeze around the handle. I stood there for too long, breathing like a bull, watching every tree for movement. Still nothing. I backed into the cabin and locked the door again. This time, I dragged the table in front of it. Then I sat down and kept the lantern on until the sun came up. I left at first light. I packed as fast as I could, double-checked the GPS, and stepped out into the snow. I had my axe in one hand and my bag on my back. I kept checking over my shoulder every few steps. The woods felt smaller now, the trees too close. Every sound made me jump, branches shifting, snow falling, a crow calling somewhere far off. Took me over an hour to reach the car. When I did, I nearly cried. The doors were still locked, nothing broken. I threw my gear in and got the engine started. The heater kicked on after a few minutes, and I sat there, hands shaking, trying to calm down. When I drove away, I looked back once. There were fresh tracks crossing the road behind me. Boot prints, 2 sets. I didn't report it. Who would I report it to? There was no crime, not really. Just a feeling of being watched. Just footprints in the snow. Just quiet knocks in the night. I haven't been back to the woods since. I never finished the book. I needed to get away for a while. I was burnt out from work, barely sleeping, and honestly, I just felt like I wasn't thinking straight anymore. I worked construction for 15 years, and my body felt every bit of it. My back was shot, my knees ached in the morning, and I had that constant tight feeling in my chest that wouldn't go away unless I sat alone in silence for hours. I thought maybe a week alone would help. No people, no traffic, no noise. Just me, a pile of firewood, a cot, and the forest. I'd heard about a cabin out on Dry Pine Ridge. A guy I used to work with told me about it. Said his cousin built it back in the late 70s but hadn't used it in over a decade. Supposedly still standing, still stocked with basic supplies, cans, pots, old tools. No electricity, no plumbing, just a hand pump for water and a wood stove. I tracked down the cousin who owned it. He was in his 60s, lived in Michigan. Told me I could use the place as long as I didn't burn it down. I offered to clean it up, patch the roof, whatever it needed. He didn't seem to care. Just told me it was up a service trail off an old logging road that cut through a patch of state land in northern Wisconsin. Sent me rough directions and said, "Watch for bears." I packed up my truck with gear, sleeping bag, camp stove, lanterns, some dry food, a few tools, and my old hunting rifle. I wasn't going up there to shoot anything, but I felt better knowing it was in the truck. I left early on a Monday morning in late October, just before the first real snow was supposed to hit. I figured I had a week, maybe a bit more, before the place got snowed in. The road to Dry Pine Ridge wasn't marked. I followed the GPS to a gravel turnoff near a frozen creek bed. Then I had to go by memory and the cousin's notes. I found the right trail about 4 miles up. It was overgrown, barely more than a path in the grass, but I drove slow and made it. The cabin sat tucked into a low slope with pine trees thick around the backside and a long, narrow clearing stretching out in front. It wasn't much, just a one-room shack with a tin roof, dark wood siding, a little porch with a rocking chair half sunk into the boards. There were old tire tracks in the dirt, but they looked weathered, sun-faded. Nobody had been here in a long time. Inside, it smelled like mice and dust. The floor creaked bad, and the walls had some water damage, but it felt solid enough. There was an old cot against the back wall, a wood stove with a rusted pipe, and shelves lined with cobweb-covered jars and cans. I spent the rest of the day cleaning, hauled out a dead squirrel from under the cot, swept out the dust, cracked a few windows to air the place out. That first night, I sat outside with a lantern on the porch. The cold came fast after sunset. My breath smoked in front of me, and I heard coyotes in the distance. Nothing too close. I stared out at the trees and felt that tightness in my chest ease up a little. It was quiet. So quiet that the sound of a squirrel running across dry leaves 100 yards off made me glance up. I slept better that night than I had in weeks. By the third day, I had settled into a routine. I'd wake up with the sun, make coffee on the camp stove, take a short hike along the ridge, gather some deadfall for firewood, then spend the rest of the day reading or just sitting in the quiet. I kept the rifle near the door, mostly for show. The weather turned colder midweek. A strong wind blew through the trees, and I noticed small flakes in the air that afternoon. I didn't worry. I figured I had another couple days before it really started coming down. That night, I was inside early. I fed the fire and lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the wind push against the walls. Around midnight, I woke up needing to pee. I didn't want to go out in the cold, but I wasn't going to piss in the cabin either. I slipped on my boots, grabbed the lantern, and stepped outside. The woods looked different at night. I'd always known that, but it hit me harder than usual. Everything felt closer. The trees leaned in more, and the wind moving through them didn't sound like wind. It sounded like something alive, circling, pacing just out of view. I stepped off the porch and walked toward the edge of the clearing, where I usually went. That's when I noticed the tracks. They weren't mine. I'd been in and out of the cabin all day, sure, but these were fresh, deep, bigger than any boot I'd seen. I bent down and touched one, still sharp around the edges, not softened by wind or snow. And they weren't going toward the cabin, they were circling it. Wide loops, maybe 30 feet out, almost like someone was walking around it again and again, staying just at the edge of the tree line. I stood up fast, my heart thudding hard in my chest. I scanned the trees with the lantern. Nothing, just shadows and movement. The wind again. I tried to tell myself it was old tracks, maybe an animal, maybe something left days ago and preserved in the cold. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching the cabin. I didn't sleep much that night. Every creak made me sit up. At one point, I swear I heard something scrape against the porch boards. Not footsteps, just a slow drag, like someone running their hand or a stick along the wood. By morning, the snow had started falling for real. Big, wet flakes came down in heavy bursts, covering the ground fast. I went outside and checked the tracks. They were gone, buried under fresh snow. If someone had been out there was no sign of them now. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I told myself I'd leave the next day, just to be safe. I packed up my gear that afternoon, stacked firewood inside the cabin to keep it dry, and double-checked the truck. Everything was ready to go. That night, I locked the door, something I hadn't done all week, and kept the rifle within reach. I lay there for hours, staring at the ceiling, listening to the fire pop and crackle. Around 2 a.m., I heard the sound again. Not the wind, not the trees. Footsteps on snow. Slow, deliberate. Not crunching like someone walking normally. More like a soft press, a careful shift of weight. I held my breath and sat up. The fire had burned low, so the cabin was mostly dark. I reached for the lantern and clicked it on, the soft yellow light casting long shadows on the walls. The footsteps stopped. I stood up, walked slowly to the door, and pressed my ear against it. Silence. Then, from the side of the cabin, I heard a soft thump, like a boot hitting the wall. I raised the rifle and opened the door fast, stepping out onto the porch. Nothing, just snow falling and 100 ways for sound to bounce around. I walked the perimeter, my boots sinking deep in the snow, the lantern swinging in one hand, rifle in the other. I checked the trees, the corners of the cabin, the path down the ridge. No one, but I felt watched. That strange pressure in my gut, like someone was just behind a tree, just out of view. I went back inside, locked the door again, and waited for morning. At first light, I loaded the last of my things into the truck and got ready to leave. But the truck wouldn't start. The battery was dead. I checked the connections, fine. Looked under the hood, nothing obvious. I'd driven that truck through every kind of weather, never had a problem starting it. But now, in the cold, it was completely dead. No cell signal, no nearby houses, no roads that saw regular traffic. I'd have to walk. The nearest town was 15 miles south, maybe more. I had a compass, a topo map, and enough gear to make the hike, but it was going to be slow going in the snow. I left a note inside the cabin saying I was heading out, in case someone came looking. I shouldered my pack, grabbed the rifle, and started walking south along the ridge. The forest was quiet. Snow muffled everything and visibility was low. After an hour, I looked back and realized I couldn't even see my own tracks anymore. The wind was covering them as fast as I made them. By midday, the snow turned to sleet. My gloves were soaked, my fingers stiff. I kept moving, thinking if I could reach the ranger station marked on the map, I'd be okay. It was just a dot, probably unmanned this time of year, but maybe it had a radio or a landline. I never found it. Instead, I found more tracks, fresh ones. A boot print, deep and perfect, not mine. Off to the right of the trail I'd been following, heading into thicker woods. There were more, a second set, then a third. Too many for one person. They weren't spaced like someone walking in a line. They were scattered, weaving, as if whoever made them had been moving through the trees quietly, trying not to be seen. I didn't follow them. I kept moving, faster now, watching my back every few steps. By late afternoon, I realized I was lost. The compass still pointed south, but the terrain didn't match the map anymore. The trees were too thick, the hills too steep. My legs burned with every step. I stopped to catch my breath on a narrow ridge. That's when I saw them. 3 figures down in the trees, maybe 200 yards off. They weren't walking, they were standing still. Just standing, not moving, spaced far apart, like they were waiting. I dropped behind a rock and watched. For 10 minutes, they didn't move. I was 32 when I decided I needed a break from the noise of everything. My phone, my job, my apartment, even my friends. I was burned out, plain and simple. I'd been working nonstop for 6 years at a small architecture firm in Indianapolis, chasing deadlines, chasing promotions, and now that I had the title, it didn't feel like much. I didn't care about corner offices anymore. I just wanted to breathe. I took 2 weeks off and didn't tell many people. I only let my boss and my sister know where I was headed. My plan was to get away to a cabin in the woods, somewhere far enough that cell signal would be spotty. I didn't want to answer emails or hear about blueprints or last-minute changes. I wanted trees, birds, firewood, and maybe some canned chili. That was it. I found the cabin online. It was listed on a low-traffic site, not Airbnb or anything like that. It looked rough around the edges but real. A guy named Dennis had posted it, said he bought it years ago and never had time to visit it anymore. It was off a small gravel road in Red Pine Hollow, about a 5-hour drive southeast of Indianapolis, closer to the Kentucky border. The place had no Wi-Fi, no TV, no neighbors for miles. Just 4 walls, a roof, and a well for water. Sounded perfect. I packed my old Jeep with everything I thought I'd need. Canned food, a propane stove, flashlights, extra batteries, a cooler full of ice and beer, a couple of books, and a .38 snub-nose I kept locked up at home, just in case. Not that I was expecting trouble, but I'd be alone in the middle of nowhere, and that always brings a certain level of risk. The drive was quiet. As I got closer to Red Pine Hollow, paved roads turned to gravel, and the trees started growing tighter around the Jeep. I passed 2 rusted mailboxes leaning at odd angles and a broken-down barn that looked like it hadn't held anything in decades. Cell service dropped to 0 bars. I kept going. When I finally reached the turnoff Dennis had described, I almost missed it. The path looked more like an old hunting trail than a driveway. I turned the wheel, and branches brushed both sides of the Jeep as I crept forward. After about another mile, the trail opened slightly, and the cabin came into view. It was small, maybe 20 by 30 feet, but it looked sturdy. The outside was weather-worn pine, faded almost silver in places. The roof was metal, patched with what looked like old signs and scrap tin. A small porch sagged slightly, but not enough to worry me. There were 2 steps up, a crooked handrail, and a rusted lantern hanging beside the front door. I shut off the engine and just sat for a second. The silence out there was unreal. No cars. No city hum, just wind in the trees and the occasional chirp or rustle in the underbrush. I took a deep breath. Felt right. Inside, the cabin was about what I expected. A single open space with a wood stove, a small table, a chair, a narrow bed against the wall, and a few shelves filled with random gear. An old lantern, some canned beans, a rope, a saw, a couple of ratty blankets. Dust covered almost everything, and there was a slight smell of mildew, but nothing unbearable. I opened the windows to air it out and swept the floor while the place aired. The wood creaked a lot, but it felt solid. I spent the first 2 days doing nothing but walking, reading, eating, and sitting on the porch. I didn't see or hear a single other human being. The stillness was incredible. I'd wake with the sun and go to bed not long after it dipped. Time felt slower. I had no idea what day it was by the third morning, and I liked that. But then things started to feel off. It was small stuff at first. On the third night, I thought I heard something walking around outside around 2 in the morning. I'd been in bed, half asleep, when I heard crunching in the leaves. It wasn't a deer. The steps were too heavy, too slow, almost cautious. I froze and listened. They circled the cabin once, slow, deliberate, and then stopped near the front. I didn't breathe for what felt like minutes. I grabbed the revolver from the nightstand and sat up in bed, holding it in my lap. Nothing happened. No knock, no voice, no movement. After 10 minutes, I got up and peeked out the window. The porch was empty. The trees were still. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or a bear, maybe even a lost hiker, but I didn't really believe that. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. I found faint impressions in the dirt, too big for a deer and shaped like boots. The stride was short, like whoever it was had been walking carefully. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. On day 4, I started noticing that things weren't exactly where I left them. My flashlight, for example, I always kept it on the shelf by the bed, but that night it was on the table. The rope I'd taken from the shelf to check for fraying had been coiled differently than I remembered when I woke up. The front door creaked more than usual that night, like it had been opened or pulled against the wind. I stopped sleeping well. I'd wake up sweating, heart pounding, and listen to the woods, always listening. By day 5, I considered leaving. I even packed half my stuff, but I told myself I was being paranoid, that I came out here to be alone, to get away from stress, and now I was creating stress out of nothing. Then something happened that pushed me over the edge. That night, I lit the lantern and was reading a book when I heard the crunch of leaves again. This time it was clear, not an animal. Steady, slow footsteps, just beyond the edge of the trees. I turned off the lantern and crouched near the window. Couldn't see much, just black between the trees, but I could feel someone there. The steps came closer until they were right near the porch. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then slowly the doorknob jiggled. Not violently, not like someone trying to break in, just testing it. I cocked the revolver and aimed at the door. My heart was thundering. The knob stopped moving. Whoever it was stood there for what felt like forever. Then the steps backed away, slowly, one at a time, then nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner of the cabin, facing the door, gun in hand, listening. When the sun came up, I packed everything I could into the Jeep. I was done. Whatever this was, some weirdo messing with me, a squatter, some local freak, I didn't care. I just wanted out. I started the Jeep and backed out of the clearing. I was halfway down the trail when I saw something nailed to a tree. It was a piece of wood, about the size of a license plate. Carved into it, rough and shallow, were the words, "You shouldn't have come here." I kept driving. I didn't stop, didn't take pictures, didn't check for anything else. I just drove. By the time I hit a gas station 2 hours later, I had cell service again. I called my sister and told her I was on my way back early. I didn't tell her why. I didn't want to talk about it. Back in the city, it took a few days before I could sleep without waking up in a panic. Every creak in the floor made me reach for the drawer. Every night, I double-checked the locks 3 times. I looked up Red Pine Hollow, tried to find reports or stories. Nothing. Just some old forest land and hunting leases. No towns nearby. No recent crimes. Just empty space. I emailed Dennis, the guy who owned the cabin. I asked if he'd ever had weird things happen up there. I didn't expect an answer. He never replied. I never went back, and I never will. The world has some quiet corners that were meant to be left alone. Red Pine Hollow is one of them. I wasn't really planning on taking a trip by myself that fall. I had just gotten out of a long relationship a couple months before, and I was still trying to figure out what I wanted to do next. Everything felt kind of heavy, like I was walking around with a backpack full of wet clothes. My apartment in the city felt smaller than usual, noisier too. So when my cousin mentioned that he had access to a cabin his boss wasn't using, out near the Kentucky-Tennessee border, I told him I'd take it for a few days. Just some quiet. No phone, no people, no pressure to be okay. The drive was longer than I expected, close to 6 hours, and the last 40 minutes were on narrow roads that twisted along the edge of a river. River Road, the GPS called it. The kind of road with no shoulders, just trees on one side and a steep drop toward the water on the other. I had to slow to a crawl around some curves because the guardrails were rusted and bent, like a car had gone through them before. But the scenery was beautiful. Tall trees with leaves turning orange and red. The air looked clean. No signs of other cars. When I got to the cabin, I wasn't disappointed. It was simple, small, one-story, all wood. But it sat on a little rise that overlooked the river. There were big windows in the front and a wraparound porch. The driveway was gravel, and it crunched under my tires in that satisfying way. No neighbors in sight, just trees, the river, and silence. The key was in a fake rock by the door, just like my cousin said. I stepped inside and stood for a minute, letting the quiet soak in. It smelled like old pine and dust, a little musty but not bad. There was a small kitchen to the right, a little living room with a couch and a wood stove, and one bedroom straight ahead. The bathroom was tiny and had one of those old-style pull-chain toilets, but everything worked. The electricity was on. There was a note on the fridge that said the water was from a well and safe to drink. I unpacked slowly, brought in the groceries I'd picked up earlier, set up my books and some snacks near the couch. I even brought a couple puzzles, thinking I might actually do one. I had planned to keep my phone off for most of the time, just check it once or twice a day. I wanted to feel like I was really away. I needed to be. The first day was calm. I took a walk down the hill to the river and just sat there for a while. The water moved fast, and the sound of it filled up all the space in my head that usually held anxiety. I didn't even realize how tense I'd been until I felt my shoulders relax. That night I made pasta, drank a beer, and fell asleep with a book on my chest. The bed was old but comfortable. I slept through the night. The second day was just as quiet. I explored a little more of the area around the cabin. There were some old trails, though most looked like they hadn't been used in a while. One of them led to a small clearing with the rusted-out shell of a truck, half buried in brush. Made me think maybe someone tried to live out here once. Or maybe it had just broken down and been left. I took a couple pictures, but didn't go too far. I didn't want to get lost, and there wasn't a cell signal out there. That night it rained. Just lightly, but enough to make the leaves glisten under the porch light. I sat outside under the awning, listening to it hit the roof, feeling good in a way I hadn't in months. I didn't even realize until later that I hadn't thought about my ex all day. Felt like I was getting better, but the third day was different. Started off normal. I had coffee on the porch, made eggs, and went down to the river again. But when I got back up to the cabin, I noticed something weird. There were boot prints on the porch. Muddy ones, like someone had walked up from the trail. They weren't mine. I had been wearing sneakers, and the prints were much larger. I froze for a second and looked around, but I didn't see anyone. I checked the door, still locked from the inside. I walked around the cabin, half expecting to see someone standing in the woods, but there was nothing, just quiet. I told myself maybe they were old prints. Maybe I just hadn't noticed them before. It had rained, so maybe they got washed out and then showed up again somehow. It didn't make sense, but I didn't want to freak myself out. Still, I locked the door and shut all the windows. I kept the curtains closed that night, which I hadn't done before. I left the lights off for most of the evening, just reading by a lamp, but my ears kept picking up little sounds. Twigs snapping, leaves moving, the usual wood stuff probably, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. I kept glancing toward the front door, half expecting to see someone standing on the porch. Nothing happened, though. I went to bed around midnight and left a flashlight next to me. I didn't sleep great, but I got a few hours. The next morning, I found a new set of boot prints. These were on the side of the cabin, near the bedroom window. Still fresh, still muddy. Definitely not mine. They led back into the woods, but not toward the trail. The direction was weird, almost like someone had been circling the place. That time I couldn't ignore it. I grabbed the tire iron from my trunk and walked the perimeter of the cabin. I didn't see anyone, but I noticed something else. A cigarette, but near the edge of the porch, still slightly warm. I don't smoke. No one else had been out here, at least as far as I knew. The driveway hadn't picked up any new tire tracks, and the woods were too dense to drive through. Whoever it was had to be walking in. I didn't know what to do. I could leave, but part of me didn't want to give whoever it was the satisfaction. I also didn't like the idea of driving back down River Road in a panic. If I hit one of those curves too fast, I'd end up in the river. I decided to stay another night, but I kept the tire iron nearby and moved a chair in front of the door. That night, I barely slept. Every noise made my heart jump. I thought I heard something brush against the wall outside around 3 a.m., but when I looked out the window, I didn't see anything. Still, I didn't go back to bed. I sat in the living room, lights off, just waiting for morning. I left around 6 a.m., before the sun was fully up. I packed my things fast and drove back down the winding road. Every turn felt dangerous with how tired I was, but I made it. That should have been the end of it. But I couldn't stop thinking about those prints, about how quiet everything had been, about how someone had been watching the cabin and maybe even me. I told myself it was probably a hunter or a hiker, even though it was private land. I tried to forget. A few weeks later, I got a call from my cousin. He sounded weird, said he got a message from his boss. Someone had broken into the cabin. The back window had been shattered, and the lock on the shed had been pried off. Nothing was stolen, just disturbed. Furniture moved. A pile of cigarette butts on the porch. The part that chilled me was what the sheriff said. There were no signs of forced entry on the main cabin door. Whoever had been coming around maybe had a key, or knew how to pick the lock. They'd probably been watching the place for a while, maybe longer than I realized. I never went back. Months later, I still think about those boot prints, how fresh they looked, how they were in places they shouldn't be. I still wake up sometimes at night, heart racing, thinking I heard someone outside my window, but I don't go look. I just lie there listening. The scariest part wasn't that someone was out there. It was how quiet they were, how careful, how close.